to get my software, and now I'm going to start up Fusion 360, and it's going to go through a hellish round of updates. Wait a minute, did I finish exporting that? What's the thumbnail? Hold on. I might have put the wrong thumbnail on there. Yeah, it's the wrong thumbnail. We'll change it. Cancel. I didn't finish exporting because GIMP opened up a dialog box in the middle of my second screen that I missed to finalize the export. I hate that. GIMP does not do well on multi-monitors, and yet it's a program that should basically almost exclusively be used with multi-monitors. I don't know how people can be claustrophobic like that and have just one singular monitor. Brink GG subscribed with 33 months. Brink, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yow, bother. Hope all is well. Been watching VODs to try to keep up. Hope the CAN bus stuff has been going well. I achieved my goals. My goals were not to get this shift lever working. We didn't really get the shift lever working. In about an hour, it'll finally restart and require a PC restart. Oh no. Yeah, we'll open up Fusion 360 and suffer through that in just a minute. But back to what Brink was saying. We got CAN bus hacked, and I was able to interpret and send commands on CAN bus. Seems like it's going to be a pretty easy thing to do as long as we have other people's implementations of the BMW CRC check, right? We're able to send and receive stuff at 500 kbps, just fine. I want to get it working with 3.3 volts because the RP2040s are much cheaper than getting, you know, like 5 volt compatible Arduinos. I'd rather just use all the Seed Studio Xiaos and just plug them into the various devices in order to implement individual CAN buses from each of my stupid little man baby toys, also known as simulator setups for people who want to take themselves more seriously. We got CAN bus working though, and this shift lever is actually kind of fascinating because we're not going to need the scope today. We are going to need the Creality scanner though. But so the cool thing about this lever, and it's not something that I need, right? This lever is two devices. It is a display and it is basically a couple buttons. So you can hit the down button, you can hit the up button, you can hit the double down button, you can hit the double up button. That's all it is. It also will display what drive the transmission says it's in. So if I hit the P button, it's supposed to put us into park, and then I can't shift it into anything. I'm supposed to hit this button, which I think is an independent action of this device. I hit this button and I shift it, and it should tell us that we've hit the button and shifted it, and then that will pop us into gear. But it won't display that until the transmission says, okay, we are in drive, or we are in neutral, or we are in reverse. And then this will display it. However, this thing independently, only when it's in drive does it allow you to kick the lever over to the side and do the plus and minus. If it's over on the side and the transmission reports a different gear, it will display that gear, and then a motor will pop the thing back into the neutral position where you have the four things. Yay, man, baby toys. It has an F-bomb button. I was hoping to get some other noisemakers and hook them up to the ESP8266s and have other like random noise devices that you guys could set off. Those could still be on the table. I still have all the electronics from them. I bought like 16 of these dollar store noisemakers just in the hopes that we would get something that is as much of a slam dunk as the fart noisemaker, and I haven't put the work into them. The noises are okay, but I mean, we can just take a bare ESP8266, redeploy our code, give it a different name, and then I can get it in Node Red now, which is pretty cool. So that's like an afternoon project. We just haven't spent the time. I'm gonna quick do a little testies on this. Okay, that works. Good, cool. I'm not allowed to do that, by the way. That's Twitch toss violation. I'm a criminal. I should wear an eye patch. Hitting gears and crapping pants. That's what happens when you put it into park, when you're rolling. You're rolling just very gently forwards at a very low speed, and you accidentally put your automatic into park, and then you learn what the windshield tastes like. The windshield glass taste. Jalopy Jones, what? I don't know what that is. Also, I don't know the behavior of this. That's one of the things that Oh, for the eye patch. One of the things that I don't know, I mean, listen, like, it would be badass if I got into some kind of an automobile issue that was probably self-caused by doing something stupidly, like dropping a transmission on my face, and then I had a visible eye scar because of it. But any of the other ways to get that are just not acceptable. I'm not going to get into a sword fight, you know? Why is it quiet? Oh, it's just a lull in the song. I'm gonna find a different mix. Let's do maybe a Breakfast of Champions. Can be sufficiently backgroundy. We'll see. The Breakfast of Champions is an event that the music collective that Deckard is a part of uses, and so we're just perusing the SoundCloud of Deckard, and I'm just kind of like clicking random stuff. So this is usually I like to have the my definition of chill, which is, you know, as stated, it's chill music. I'd rather have chill music for the background of these pre-streams where I can talk to you guys. Always turn your wheel. Hello there, oh bother. I see you're still working on the sim rig. Man, this is a multi-stream project, eh? This is a multi-era of my show project. This is more than just a multi-stream project. This is a staple. This is one of the foundations of the show. We have a couple foundational projects. Mainly, Burn the Subs has brought more traffic than any other one. Brewing was one, but the brewing system has been shelved for quite a long time. Do I have like a thing? Like a tuft of hair in my mouth? I gotta trim. I gotta do the personal hygiene thing and get my multi-decade project. We were working on this in the 2010s. You're right. Yeah, because like there's a couple foundational projects that sort of just highlight all the stuff that I like to do. And so Burn the Subs is one of them with chat interaction and sort of a high class, low class thing. The steering wheel project is another one with, again, chat interaction and doing crazy stuff with things you're not supposed to do crazy stuff with. They tried to keep us from hacking that steering wheel. They tried to keep us from hacking the pedals that I want to use for Flight Sim. This is a very distracting song. I need to get, okay, we got to go to a definition of chill, volume number 4. We've played this one a lot, though. Whatever, we're going to volume 4, because this stuff goes in the background. I hate it when hair gets in my mouth. I'll never understand human genetics and why we grow hair next to our mouths. It, you know, it saves the flavor. It makes it so that my dog is suddenly very curious about my beard when there's like a little crumb in it. Which is hilariously cute, but also I need better hygiene. I have combs. Instead of a hairdo, we need a face do. It's an artificial chin that I don't need. I used to chew gum a lot as a kid, and so I actually have a strong jawline. You can kind of see through the beard at times, though, and it seems like I may double chin. I may have a double chin, so it prevents me from looking like I have a double chin. That's not a good thing, but it just does. If I shave it off, Celia Russell's going to come find me and kill me. That's not like an empty threat. She will. So I'm going to keep it. But I used to have a very strong jawline. I have a couple friends who told me that they were disappointed that I grew a beard because I had a good jawline. But again, I need to lose like 60 pounds in order to get that back. So I'm working on it. I'm actually, I broke 265, which was where I was plateauing. I was 260. Then we ordered Chinese food last night, and I ate all the leftovers in the middle of the night because I was drinking. Think about Ozempic. It does a really good job at stifling your hunger until you have alcohol. And as soon as you have alcohol, the Ozempic is like, I can't help you anymore, bro. So all of the quote-unquote starving myself kind of came to a head when I had something to drink. I had an alcohol. And so last night I had half of a tray of Chinese food, and it was mushu pork, which is a little bit less carbohydrate than your typical thing, but I hoovered the whole goddamn thing up because I'm a fatso. So that was not good. I'm gonna get back to being a little bit better at not eating everything in sight. I have chili tonight. I made chili last night. I made sure to make it everybody else's business, especially in the Discord. I was taking pictures of everything. The lost Chad jaw gained the knowledge beard. One day I am just going to be a big white beard, and I'll have, you know, the glasses on, and then I can start sounding like Flatulent Gonad. And I think if Flatulent Gonad and I did the like Dragon Ball Z a fusion dance, we would make one proper like egghead weird beard that could do like science. You look fine in what you are. You got to curate your own look, given the tools in your arsenal, right? So I don't care anyway. I'm here for the tech. Well, you know, whatever. I'm vain. I like talking about my looks and stuff like that, my weight and stuff like that. I know, you know, you guys are here right now. There are people who hate fat people so much they just don't watch. They wouldn't watch my show. So that's self-selecting. I'm happy to have that. People like hate fat people. It's crazy. There's like some people that just have this like bias. It's weird. Anyway. So I'm working on it, and we're getting there. I was in a plateau. Holiday season happened. Lots of cakes and snacks, and well, snacks are almost off the table because I just don't want them. Right? When I first started taking this stuff, I bought 2 bags of those. How do you say it? Tahate, the Doritos that are the one like red, bright red hot sauce flavored. They're like actually really hot, but they've got like a lot of really good flavor. Those are my favorite Doritos ever. I bought 2 bags of them, and they sat in the shop for weeks before I went around to eating like 2 or 3, and then I put the bag back down. That's unprecedented with me. That's like my favorite thing in the world. I love those. I don't like corn chips necessarily. I like the flavor of those. At least you have a nice rug on your head. Well, for this season, actually one of my neighbors was like, "Oh my God, your face must always be warm." And it's like, no, man, this is like, look at how permeable to wind this thing is. Like it's not that much of an advantage in terms of being warm. Mostly it just captures cold when it gets icy. And then the hair on the top of my head, of course, I definitely need to handle because that's a mullet. That's getting mullety. Anyway, so most of our goals have been met here with the CAN bus stuff. I got to figure out if I would do anything with this specific control. I don't know how the BMW interacts with this, but basically if I were to make this fully functional, it would essentially be like this microcontroller would be emulating a BMW and the shifting sequence of a BMW. I don't need it to do that. I could have this be a different control. This could be something completely alien to shifting gears in a BMW. This could be something that adjusts the steering wheel even, right? It could do whatever. I could do anything with it now. That's why I didn't emphasize getting it fully running like a stick shift. I don't care about that. I care about what it can lend to the rest of the project. Like in the sim setup, if I want to, I don't know, if I need to open a door to get out of the sim setup, maybe this could open the door. It's way more functional than that though. I got to find out something better for it. Doritos Eater. Yeah, that's what they used to call me. That's my code name. You know, some people get Snake Eater. I got Doritos Eater. It was an ad deal. Doritos paid a lot of money. I don't eat those, just to be sure. Doritos are those triangle thingies. Yes, you're supposed to eat with sauce. You're not supposed to eat them with sauce necessarily. They're covered in powdery goodness. And the typical one is either nacho cheese or Cool Ranch. And I have a feeling that Cool Ranch has something like MSG in it in just droves, because it is an addictive chip. I don't know why. You eat it and you go, oh, this wasn't great, but it was kind of good. It was just kind of a neat flavor. And then you've eaten the whole bag and you don't realize it. But they're corn chips and everything's corn. And so you eat enough of those and you just kind of feel it. And it's like, ugh, I don't like this. So I try to stay away from them. Every now and then you got to have a cheat day, but I don't binge on them anymore. That's for sure. What up, Haystack? Does the seat have heating in it? I'm not sure. Yeah, it is chilly as hell. I'm debating whether or not I want to open that window. Look at how cold the thermal imager says it is over there. And if I open that window, it's just going to be a wash of cold air over the rest of the shop. And it'll get too cold and my legs are going to start falling asleep. So I don't think I want pins and needles in my legs right now, but it is kind of a little too toasty in here because the rest of the house is freezing. And if it's windy out, this is a 90s house. If it's windy out, the windows will leak a little bit and everything gets cold. We should probably shrink wrap our windows during the winter. But anyway, so the whole house upstairs is cold. So the heat handler downstairs is pumping out heat, and this room got extra insulation. So I am sitting in a tiny little oven. You'll become an ice block. Don't do it. I know it'll be like an N64 game. I'll be encapsulated in ice and I'll have to hit jump until it breaks. Does the seat have heating? I don't know. It's a BMW sports seat from the F10 generation, which is like the 2010s to the late 2010s. So BMW M5 F10, like 525i or something like that. It's got the computer in it, which means that digitally I could ask it to turn on the heater, and that might actually turn on the heat, but I'm not sure if I saw heater wires in the wiring harness. And I guess we could check. I've got all that information, but what I really want are, and I don't know if any of you are super sleuths about this stuff. There's two things that I really need. One of them is something that I think I can find if I search hard enough. And I did a bunch of research yesterday on the second one, which I think is impossible to find. And I really tried. So there's two things. One of them is the CAN bus signals that are going to move the seat, turn on the heater, and do all the other seat, the seat head backing up and down. Because I don't want to get what is it, a baseline skull fracture if I crash in game. So we need to make sure I can adjust the seat bolster so that it's right behind me, so my head doesn't whip around when we crash. The second thing is not CAN bus, it's LIN bus. I need the Mercedes-Benz LIN bus identity, command, whatever, of backlighting. I need that command so that the lights on the steering wheel can light up, because everything is the German orange backlighting color. I've got it on the shifter, I've got it on the steering wheel, nothing else has it. But still, I want to be able to turn that on. But I don't know what the command is. And if I guess commands, I could get into some trouble on the LIN bus. I could accidentally initiate like a software update or something like that. So I got to be careful about that. But I have not been able to find any information about this. I don't know what resources Mercedes has. I know I'm just Googling it from out like the outside. So I don't know. I don't know. I would love to know what the LIN bus, not CAN bus, the LIN bus command is for turning on backlight in a Mercedes-Benz. I feel like at this point, the only way I can really get it is if I take the oscilloscope over to a friend and pause it at just the right time. Just dump 12 volts to the bulbs. It's not how things work anymore, Haystack. That's not the kind of world we live in. We're in a digitally connected universe of analog things. That wheel over there speaks a digital format, and it won't do anything without it, because all of the stuff on the wheel is all connected to a little circuit board in a confusing kind of matrix. And so if I just apply 12 volts to something, it might light up maybe one of the lights, but it won't light up all of them, because they are complex and arranged in a weird way that makes it easier for the microcontroller to do it than it does for me. That's the world we live in. The world we live in. Anyway, what we're going to do today is we are going to use hashtag AutoCAD Fusion 360, and we are going to scan this thing, because this thing is crazy. Pedals are mounted to like the firewall, which is designed as like a unibody element, and so the driver's side footwell is like cup shaped and everything's at a weird angle. So I need to actually 3D scan this thing so that I can potentially 3D print an adapter that will mount it to the 90-degree frame rails. So it'll feel like actual pedals. Listen, all the digital stuff, I know it's daunting, but once you get to know it, and if you know what you're doing, there's 4 wires to do every single function on this seat. You just give it 12 volts and then you can tell it to do stuff digitally. So I'm a big fan of that. 1 wire, 1 bulb, and lots of batteries, and what, nice switches? All those mad scientist nice switches to turn everything on and off. I'm gonna put on my turn signal. Cha-chunk. There would be no cha-chunk, there would be a little spark noise. All right, let's do it. Let's start up Fusion 360. I haven't started up Fusion 360 in months. Let's see what it's like. And if my account is kicked. I haven't gotten any emails from the representative, so I think there is a little bit of wiggle room in the system, but I have not done my hashtag AutoCAD ad in a little while. What's up, Ben Gizmo? Can't use turn signals. It's a BMW part. I have the lever right here. It's the levers right here. This is off of an E46. I actually kind of wish I got a newer turn signal lever because I want to put these on this sim setup. But I wish I had gotten the newer one because it might have spoken CAN bus. Oh, I need to log into my thing. Okay, sign in. Is it going to auto sign in? Oh no, it's doing it in another browser window. Oh God, I got to type in a window that's all the way over there. I don't know, Firefox is so annoying with its manage passwords thing. It's always like, hey, do you want me to manage passwords? And I'm like, I never ever want you to have any of my passwords in the browser ever. And it's like, okay, I'll ask you next time. And it's like, no. Stay signed in for 30 days. Sign in. No, I do not want to remember that password. And then Authenticator app. Where's the camera? Okay, you guys can't see shit. Good. I'm going to do it over here. I got to make sure you guys can't see the Authenticator because then people will get real hacky on me all of a sudden. I'm always afraid I'm not going to type the Authenticator in fast enough. I'm signed in. All right. You can start working. Open product. Open link. There we go. Okay, Fusion's starting up. I've gotten no waggling fingers at my account yet, so maybe we're good. Still have the free Fusion account. I'm jealous. Company I work for just paid for 4 yearly licenses, which is more than $1,800. That's a lot of money. Yeah, I would never ever pay because I don't have the money unless I was super popular. Like if I was the Moist Critical of doing electronic stuff, that would be really, really cool. Although I feel like the pressure of that would be too much for me and I'd go crazy. What? Mozilla Firefox is running. Please exit Firefox and press retry to proceed. No, that was 3D Connection. It's telling me to quit Firefox. I'm like, bro, I'm streaming. What are you doing? Like, okay, so I get all the Autodesk products free as a university student. Yeah, so that was there were a couple things that a couple avenues that I might have done that were shadier than what I ended up having happen with me. First of all, possibly enrolling for a very cheap community college CAD course and just failing it, but then getting the free AutoCAD out of that. That's one thing you can do. I'm not sure I should be saying this during a hashtag AutoCAD ad. The one that I might have tried was getting a professor friend of mine to write a note on letterhead. That's also shady and illegal. If they catch you. For a while, I had an educational copy that was connected to my former university, but then they wanted me to like verify it. And at that point, at that very moment, that literal same week, I was contacted by the Fusion team to arrest me. No, to actually do sponsored videos with AutoCAD. And so they provide me with this copy, which is featureful. I haven't explored all the features because of you guys. It's your fault. You did this to me. The reason that I haven't explored all the features is because of you guys, because there is a free version of Fusion 360. I want to keep it simple, stupid, right? And I want to keep it accessible. That's why I use the shitty Arduino IDE and I don't use Platformio to do Arduino. I could be using all of these wonderful tools that you guys have recommended to me that I install, but I don't want them. I want to suffer through all of the kind of weirdness of something that represents what the layman would be doing with this kind of technology. Let's say I'm an artist and I don't know about programming and I start out with Arduino. I'm going to use the regular old Arduino IDE and follow the Hello World program and then build it up from there. That's the way you should do things. If I run in and do all of these crazy, I'm gonna use Copilot and this bullshit and all this stuff, and then I have all these IDEs running, people look at the stream and they go, what the fuck is, like, what is this? I don't understand what any of this stuff is, and I can't relate to it at all. So that's my angle on everything. I have to explain that a lot because people want you to use their IDE. It would be awesome to Autodesk overloads if there was a native Linux version. Yeah, me too, bro. That's my big thing is like the only thing tethering me to Windows right now is Fusion 360. I really want to move everything over to Linux like really badly. I want to do that. It means uprooting the whole stream and everything that I do. I know OBS works in Linux and I can get all my settings back into it, but it's a good chance for me to kind of get the cobwebs out of everything, because I've been streaming for like more than 10 years. And not a lot of these graphics were my friend doing some animation in Adobe back in the day. I ate a bunch of eggplant, whatever the hell it is. It's like eggplant and gravy from the Chinese food place. It's very garlicky, and so my stomach is just reconciling the fact that it has food in it. Virtual machine, yeah, that's one of the ways to do it. It seems pretty clunky. Hey, I did ask earlier, what does 3D scanning the pedals do for you? Like, how does it help, and how do you 3D scan things? This is why we have starts soon. Because the stream hasn't started yet, and I'm going to explain myself again when the stream starts. I'll explain myself again now, because obviously I'm a streamer. I like talking about the projects that I work on. But in order to minimize the amount of explanations, stream starts soon is a kind of that's our last bastion against that evil that you bring. These pedals are from a car. They're from a car. Cars have firewalls. Firewalls and unibodies are set up so that they have all kinds of weird angles in them because of the way a car is built and ergonomics and all that. So the angles that I need to attach this thing to the 90-degree frame rails is not 90 degree. It's not the right angle. These are kind of tilted backwards right now because I've got a bolt going through the master cylinder bolt location, and it, for some fucking reason, the master cylinder is like at an angle in a BMW. So these pedals are, in a weird way, they're in like a truck configuration where you'd be sitting way above the pedals and pushing down. So I want it to be more like a sedan where the pedals are pretty much flat out from the edge of the seat. It's not that clunky. Put the virtual machine on the server and then have the server run it and access remotely. Virtual machine, a local machine. Doing everything else, pretty clunky. But like, what about graphics stuff? I know we're not terribly heavy with the graphics, but I have a feeling my 1080 FTW does a little bit of work in Fusion to help. Maybe. I have a 2 terabyte drive for my Linux install and a 500 gigabyte Windows 10 setup that's only for PUBG and Autodesk at this point. Yeah, I don't do the PUBG, so Autodesk would be the only thing, but they're dropping Windows 10 support soon. So, excited to hear about scanning in 3D. We don't have the best setup. We just have the Creality CR scan. I don't know what prices have been doing with that. I bought it last holiday season. And we've used it a couple times on a few different things. Fusion is updating right now, so everything's going to be a little clunky. I run Fusion on a potato with an RTX 5550. What do I know about nice hardware? The I think it's Ryzen 5 maybe on my server, but the server doesn't have a graphics card, so I don't know. I mean, I guess you can also run it in a browser. That would be the other way to do it, is use the browser edition, which I don't think the free edition supports. Although they have competitors now that do browser stuff, so. Windows 10, what is that, long-term service C? LTSC exists. That'll keep me supported until 2032. Ah! Somebody had an idea. I'm on Windows 11 LTSC right now on my main PC, and Windows 10 on my work PC, Windows 10 LTSC. That's a mouthful. Bowser seems like a terrible idea for a CAD program. That's like not Onshape. What's that one? There is a browser based that all the machinist channels have been using. They love it. They all love it for some reason. Oh wow, we're in a 90s music video. Sorry about the advanced frame rate here. I'm gonna get you, Spider-Man. We're in a Spider-Man video. Every frame is a painting. Yeah. Anyway, so what is it? The browser-based CAD tools. I mean, obviously, how much are you going to give it to somebody who's being sponsored to say good things about the browser-based CAD program, saying it's amazing, it runs great, and it's really simplified all of my blah, blah, blah. I have not tried Fusion 360 in a browser. Fusion 360 is currently killing my computer updating. Could you maybe do this a little lighter, please? It's been a little while since we've used Fusion. It's been about a month or two. And I'm not sure what the status of my Fusion 360 ads are. So we're going to do CR scanning. But then we're going to pull the files into Fusion. LTSC doesn't have feature updates. Oh, I see. So the things that are in it, and it just works. It doesn't surreptitiously flip switches behind your back when it hits an update. I can teach you how to upgrade to LTSC instead of having to format your drive if you want. It's a bypass because you can't technically upgrade from normal Windows. I see. I'm not going to do it right now, but long-term servicing channel. I see. It still does that. It's Windows. Well, look, I'm not going to do it right now. You've offered this before, and I do appreciate it very much. And if I do decide to go with that, I will. But I think maybe this is a Band-Aid worth tearing off. If Fusion will support Linux, please. I don't know if they have plans on that, though. They probably don't. I don't think they're looking to hire a bunch of people to do Linux, features and compatibilities and updates and stuff, which is unfortunate for them because, man. But maybe if push comes to shove with Windows 10, I'll figure something out and move over to Linux and figure Fusion out independently. It's a pain in the butt, but if I have to run it off a virtual machine or if I have to use the browser edition, maybe I will. Most of the stuff we do with Fusion is not really that advanced. It's pretty much just making solids, and if I could learn to do that in FreeCAD, obviously that would be fine too. FreeCAD and KiCad and all those have the, all of the users. They've got a huge user base that are making like cool custom plugins. But the thing that attracted me, that made me attracted to the Fusion team is that I use Eagle. I liked Eagle. I still like Eagle a little bit. It's a little bit much for making parts, and I think they're streamlining it a little bit more with the very powerful sketching tools that Fusion has. Making electronics should be a lot easier. Electronic parts should be a lot easier. And now that pretty 3D models are included with like every electronic part you could possibly find, you can make gorgeous looking 3D models of your future inventions. You can make something that looks exactly like what the thing you're going to make is, and then you can use Fusion to make solids around it. And so there's sort of this integrated sort of CAD experience going from circuit board to physical device that I think is really awesome and powerful. Maybe Wine is in a better state than last time I tried it. Yeah, they usually are. People are using it, so they're obviously updating it. It's just, is there going to be some kind of a disconnect from, things like Wine? And there was also a GitHub project that was like a Fusion 360, like, I don't know what, wrapper or something like that sort of made it work with Linux. And it was known to be periodically broken, so I don't know. Because they have to play this cat and mouse game. Every time there's one of these updates to Fusion, it'll potentially break some of the Linux compatibilities. Which then it's like, just hire the guy for the GitHub page. Please, make them do it as a job. Give them a team and a schedule and a paycheck. This is excruciating. I am both uploading and downloading, and I think I've got Rabaz's stream open on another window, so I'm using Fios, and Fios was kind of buggy yesterday, so who knows what the future may hold. But this is not a great down. This thing is probably pissed off at me because I have to update through like 7 different updates now because I haven't booted Fusion 360 in a fortnight. Bygones will be bygones. At least my account is showing up without barking at me. Welcome to Pre-Stream, where we download the latest version of Fusion 360. Hashtag AutoCAD ad. Last time I tried Wine, also with a Black Friday special, Sony Vaio from 2010. I bought off my friend in high school. I retired it in 2018 after giving it an SSD and maxing out the RAM on the motherboard. Vios never really worked very well, did they? They were always just nice looking. I've known a couple Vios in my life. And they were always just kind of pushing the design elements of laptops. And I'm like, why? I want something that is 650 pounds and is difficult for me to lug around, but it has all day battery life. And it'll be monochrome green. First gen i5 kept chugging, and I'm 100% convinced Linux is the only thing that made it usable? Oh, absolutely. Linux is just so buttery smooth on ancient machines. This one was not nice looking when I purchased it. All these laptops, yeah, always breaking around the hinges. They always want this nice smooth action when you open it up. So they either accomplish that using fluid dampers or more cheaply, hinges that are too tight. And so the hinges that are too tight are held up on barely enough material in order to support the laptop screen and the plastic around it. So as you open and close your laptop, it starts wiggling itself free of its plastic bindings. Happened to my Dell laptops all the time. Open, close, open, close, open, close, broken. Just because they wanted that smooth action and for it to stick in place. Oh my God, this is the excruciating 85%. That takes just as long as the rest of it. It's like that meme about RuneScape levels where, what is it? 98 to 99 takes half of whatever. I don't know the specific numbers because I never played RuneScape. The total amount of EXP that got you there is what it's going to take for you to get to the next level. 90. We're in the 10% zone. Here we go. So yeah, for those who are trickling in, I don't care what it looks like. It's the battery life on a brick. Yeah, I want the battery life on the brick to last. I want to be able to see it in the sun, and I want it to be indestructible. I want to be able to toss it like a Frisbee at my friend, and they have to go to the hospital. Like, battery life on this thing was like an hour when I stopped it. That's the problem. The Lenovo handheld that I got, I'm concerned. I haven't really tested it out yet. Maybe for pixel shit, it'll be great. But for like real games and for tunneling into my regular computer to play 3D games, I'm concerned about the battery life. The thing is, like, the second I bought that thing for like $500-600. I spent a lot of money on that Lenovo handheld and I thought I'd get a lot of life out of it, right? But then it turns out the second I buy it, karma strikes and one of my friends moves to the more central portion of Pennsylvania and I am stuck with this expensive handheld and nothing to do with it. I don't think it'll make any sense on the sim rig. It was just maybe not a great purchase because, you know, we got a dog and all that stuff. And so I just don't have time to sit down, and I'm not traveling. I sit in this basement all day with you freakos. So what am I doing with this thing? Unless Uo's Lab calls me up and he says, hey, Bother, he would never call me. He would call me up and say, hey, Bother, I got a hotel room for you. We're going to blow some shit up on stream. I'd be like, all right, and throw the Lenovo in a bag with insulin and glucose meters and shit, and then show up there. And I'd, oh, I'm so glad I bought this thing, but that's not happening. So it was a bad purchase. Some military looking box. Those were those tough tops or whatever, the tough laptops that like the police use and stuff. The last 3% is going to take as long as it took us to get to 97%, isn't it? I want for this to be over. So for those that are trickling in, at least during the time when audio is smooth and video isn't. Actually, video is pretty good right now. We accomplished our goals with this. I didn't get it to work and look like a shifter. Kind of, that would have been a nice conclusion to the stream, is to have this thing doing all the lights and clicking over and doing its functions and say, ooh, ah, look, I made a joystick out of it. That's essentially what, I forget what viewer that was. One of the viewers said, take it to the dog park with you. I mean, if I'm at the dog park, I'm watching my dog because she can get kind of she gets a little weird with other dogs that she may or may not like. She's friendly with 99% of dogs, but there's always that one dog that'll like stick its nose up her butt and she'll get mad at. And so I got to be careful about that. She's never been violent with any other dogs, so I think I'm in good shape. So maybe it's more about the other people at the dog park that I want to be careful about. I wouldn't see myself playing on the Lenovo at the dog park. And also, ladies, don't talk to guys that have handheld computers at the dog park. They just don't. This would be one where I go, ask me how I know, but I don't know. I gotta find a local dog park. I gotta take Willow out for adventures. She needs more stimulation in her life. I think she'd have a lot of fun. Anyway, so we were working on the shifter, and I think we pretty much accomplished our goals. That one user that was in chat talking about like, hey, I'm gonna buy one of these. And I was like, no, don't do it. I hope they get what they want out of the project, and that's what that user saw was not our goal. what they saw was this would be really cool to hook up to like a racing game, and you can clunk it over to the side and do your paddle shifting with this thing that's shaped like a chicken tender. I don't like the shape of this one. I like the Volvo one where it's like a little block that you hold on to. But anyway, I may try to find fair dose. You're not wrong. I'm not going to go out and buy the Volvo shifter that I like. This is fine. Maybe we can find a use for it in our simulator setup, because we do have a lot of real automotive parts, and it's kind of crazy what we're doing. So there might be some just crazy function that I want to put to something, have the big Victorian lever that I can do something with. That may be a possibility, but we don't need it to do that. All I needed this thing to do was give us an introduction to CAN bus. And we found out that the way this thing functions is actually kind of cool. This thing is a display and a control, and those are two separate pieces of the same object. Really, really cool. This thing, when the transmission says, hey, we're in neutral, it'll light up the neutral light. When the transmission says, hey, we're in park, I think it's the transmission module, any of the modules just floating around on the CAN bus says, hey, we're in park, this thing will go into park. If you hit this button, it sends out a signal that you hit the button. But then the transmission's responsibility is to say, hey, I've shifted us into park. And then boop, the light will turn on and say we're in park. So it's two separate things. When you're in drive, this thing internally allows you to click over to the plus and the minus. If you come out of drive, if you go into park, and the transmission says, hey, we're in park, it will run a motor. It's got a little like universal DC motor in it that does a little gear magic, and it'll pop the thing back and say you're in park. Really cool. It makes me hungry. It looks like a chicken tender. Do not the shift lever. Do not the shift lever, not even in your friend's car. Do not. This is not food. It is a shift lever. It's such a weird shape. I mean, I guess it's like one of those ergo mice, But I like the little square nub that Volvo has. Like if we look here, Volvo. Images, not shopping. No. Ugh, damn it. Now we're in the motors section. Which one is it? I think it's more similar to some of these. One of them looks like it's just this little like square nub. Not that one. I'll have to take a picture of it in my mom's car. This one. Oh my God, the state of the internet. The state of the internet. Get out of here. This one. It's just this little like square nub. It's kind of cute. Do not eat your shifter handle. This is the advice I'm here for. It has to be said. I mean, it has to be said. I also have the little park thing too, and another button. And then in addition to this, I have a little headlight panel for BMW because a friend of mine upgraded his headlight panel. Of course he did, because there's a slightly different European configuration for the headlights where it has like an extra computer in it or something like that. And so one of the pieces of electronics that I have down there is an entire control module from the E46 BMW, the ones in the early 2000s. It has all kinds of cool stuff, but it's covered in conformal coating. So it's kind of annoying. If we're going to harvest parts from it ever, we have to like pick off all of the plastic first. But the fact is, I still have the little original North American panel for that E46. And so I'm going to convert it. We're going to convert it into a CAN bus device. So I'll have a headlight switch, and there's a button on it for the high beams, which, I mean, we could make it a high beam button. We could also make it into like the car start button if we want to. I may want to buy, they sell for like a tenner, for $10, they sell the key switches for like tractors, right? And so you've got off, you've got accessory in the opposite direction, which I don't like. You have off, and then you have on, and then the sprung start. So I kind of want to hook that up because my winter car supports that. So it'll be really funny if I'm sitting there cranking and hitting the gas pedal on my winter car, and it's all physical objects. these could all go into the inevitable 944 project. That's part of the thought here is like, what shift knob do I like? And it's kind of not this one. It would kind of be this one, because on an electric car, obviously you're not going to be shifting gears. You're just going to put it in park or in drive. So having that and then the up down button could flip driving modes. So you could have, instead of like flipping gears, I mean, maybe it's possible that by the time I get to this project, the state of things is like, yeah, we've implemented a thing where you can like shift gears and it kind of feels like a gear shift in an electric motor. I don't like that. I don't want that. But the plus minus could flip you through the driving modes. I think that would be really like a cool implementation of electric car software. So like, oh no, I got to go into economy, minus, and then it'll flip you to the mode and the car will limp. But yeah, how many years between now and then? I don't know. Full sim pit for my winter car would be popular. Loads of people love the new version. The problem with that, and again, this is what happened with me and Mario Kart Home Circuit. Nobody's talking about Mario Kart Home Circuit anymore. People will be talking about my winter car for years. That's fine. My summer car, my winter car, it's an anomaly. It's a really legitimately fun game that people will play for many, many years because you can always discover new stuff in it and you can always have weird playthroughs. It's got a lot of what's called emergent gameplay. Mario Kart Home Circuit should be super popular, but it was $100. And you get a little RC car. And I was going to cheat at Mario Kart Home Circuit with my own little RC car because it's basically a Raspberry Pi 0W. That's what Mario Kart Home Circuit was. It was a 1/24th scale Mini Z that they put a Raspberry Pi and a webcam on. And then they did augmented reality with it. And so I was going to turbo super cheat and use faster stuff and maybe hook it up to the original Mario Kart Home Circuit. And I was going to send it to Djibouti Show, or maybe, I don't think Justin knows me well enough to have me over. Louis has Lunatic Live, who streams on his own. You guys should check him out for sure. But he was like, he's big into the RC stuff, and they did a whole stream where Louis was flying around the Mario Kart Home Circuit while they were like racing against each other. Super cool. Like, all that stuff happened. It's over, right? It's done. The speed at which that I can implement the kinds of projects that I like to bring into the world is way too slow to jump on trends. So jumping on my winter car right now, that's not going to happen. I'm not even nearly prepared. It's just not, it's not going to happen anytime soon. I'm sorry. How long have you been working on this project if it's been decades long, and what started it? What started this project was my summer car. Believe it or not, GoMania 20, I went to a LAN party, and again, like, you're witnessing the era of the death of the LAN party, where everybody's too old and they've moved too far apart. We'll come back to it. We're all, lifelong friends in my LAN party group, so we'll end up playing them again, but the death of a LAN party has occurred. But anyway, so what happened is we all took our computers over to my friend's house, hooked them all up together, and then we all played a single player game. We played My Summer Car this time, but all together. We were all playing it together. And basically the challenge was, how long can you stay alive? And so we all died in fairly embarrassing ways until my one friend was left, and he ended up falling into a septic tank and dying. It was the perfect LAN party game. It took us all day. However, at that point, I sat down and I said, this would be a whole lot easier to control if I actually had a steering wheel in front of me. And that got me thinking, like, what can I do? Like, what's the state of things? And I kind of looked up the Open Sim Wheel project and some of the other sim stuff that was going on back then. It was looking a little bleak. There wasn't a lot of simulator stuff floating around. There was some that you could DIY, but I said, what would be really cool is if I could find a steering wheel that's got the paddles on it so that I don't have to shift gears with a gear shifter. And then if I had the buttons on it too. And so at some point during researching that, I decided that it was time to spend about $300 on a refurbished Mercedes steering wheel. So that is the Mercedes S-Class steering wheel. And that sat for a long time. That sat for years and years and years while I was figuring out other stuff in my life. I finally got to streaming and I looked up like a universal motor controller, and I discovered that the company that I was looking at had a universal force feedback steering wheel controls, Granite devices. Now this is the second I bought it, it became the previous generation, because Granite Devices has moved over to making the second version of all of the simulator stuff, and it's all self-contained. It's basically just like, hey, we can't make money off the DIY scene because people aren't spending it, but if we just enter the regular old force feedback steering wheel realm, the direct drive force feedback, people are spending a lot of money, and so they actually have a business doing that. So my Granite Devices controller is a little bit of an antique, but it allowed me to then go and buy just a random Mitsubishi Mel servo and retrofit it with an encoder, which it happened to take perfectly. The bolt holes were the exact right spacing, which is crazy because Mitsubishi Mel servos, they are a closed environment. They're not a universal motor controller like what Granite Devices does. They're a closed environment, and so people don't like to use them. I bought it for pennies on the dollar, and I told the guy that it might be for some YouTube videos, and so he sent me a second one. He sent me a second one of the motors, and one with a gearbox. Because in like a factory where you've got like robots and turntables and stuff that need to run precisely, you don't wait until something breaks. You take something out of there at its service life so that the whole factory doesn't fucking explode, right? So that way they sit on shelves, and when they sit on shelves, they end up in people's garages, and so people sell them for cheap on eBay. And so the Granite Devices stuff, we just characterize the motor by like locking down the spindle and sending it pulses and measuring it with some somewhat precise equipment, not really that precise. And we were able to characterize the motor perfectly. And so this 3-phase motor can work as a direct drive feedback steering wheel, force feedback steering wheel, using the Granite Devices thing. I think the Granite Devices thing can take the OpenFFB board project, which will give us CAN bus signaling and allow us to move into that. That's the whole inception of this project. Now, what I just described to you was like fucking like 5 years of streams, right? And getting that all together, I had to reverse engineer a lot of things. We had to brute force the LIN bus commands to the steering wheel so that we could get button statuses. I had to make a circuit board that is a slip ring, because this thing weighs 18 pounds. The motor is 18 pounds. The steering wheel is pretty heavy. And when it's off, it'll spin infinitely. And so if I have what's called a clock spring, which is what you have on your steering column, you have what's called a clock spring, which is a flat cable that wraps around the column, doubles back on itself, and wraps around again. And what that does is as you turn the wheel, it'll wind one up and unwind the other one, right? And that's what allows you to have digital signals that go to your steering wheel, which moves around a certain number of turns. But if it went around infinitely and I had a clock spring, the only thing stopping the clock spring is a little piece of plastic. And we've got an 18-pound motor on the thing, and I need to lug it around, it clipped to the side of a desk and all that stuff. So I needed to have an infinite turning piece. Now, Fusion 360 had some issues with this. When it was displaying the preview of the circuit board, it didn't like traces that went around in a circle back onto itself. So I had to have some like overlap violations on this and make it like a linear trace in order for the program to be able to draw it properly. All kinds of stuff. It's just projects and it's this fractal project. But yeah, so I made the circuit board so I can put whatever I want on it. But that's what allows the steering wheel to spin infinitely. You think and talk at the speed of light. It's unfortunate. It's an affliction. It's an affliction. But there's a lot of details to get through that I got to get through. We have to adapt that slip ring to the steering column of the Mercedes somehow too. They sit there and continue to sit there until the next shipment of replacement comes up in the next month, when they might make it, into a lunch pail. Exactly. That's the cool thing about robotics and factories, is that for those of us here on the bottom line of stitching wires together in order to get something to work, it makes it very accessible for us to get some pretty eclectic industrial parts. So yeah, the Sims setup has been like years. And then over this holiday season, because my brother bought an F10 BMW, which happens to be the same generation that we are pilfering in order to create the sim rig, he was just like, yeah, so I saw this luxury interior at the junkyard, and I replaced my car's interior with it, and now I don't know what to do with the old one. And I'm like, well, I could use a seat. So he drops this thing off here during the holidays, and it's just a big bundle of responsibility. It turns out I had to figure out where I would source the big version of these rails cheaply, and the best place I could find was McMaster-Carr, believe it or not. And listen, that's not for lack of shopping around. I was looking at Reddit threads. I was, trying my very, very best to find the cheapest that I could find. McMaster-Carr turned out to be the right thing to do during the holidays. Maybe the local place would have been, well, they wouldn't have been cheaper. They're about $100 more. JLC Industrial was apparently the cheapest, but they are in China. So the tariff fees just blew it up. I'm not sure if I really like this song, by the way. I'm not sure if the expensive shipping, because I saw $80 shipping and I just ran, but that might have actually made it cheaper to go through JLC Industrial. I didn't vet that one out fully. I probably should have. That's engineering. Engineering is details and spreadsheets, and you got to compare everything to everything so that the move you make is certified to be the right move. And I didn't do that. I eventually just bought from McMaster-Carr and said, done, 2-day shipping during the holidays. Yeah, we're gonna do a little 3D scanning here today, and I'll whip out all of my tricks for this. We're gonna be I'll probably scan it on the BMW seat, because I think that'll give us the backdrop that the camera can ignore. I have to do that too. My cell phone gets real weird about networks, and then I have to power cycle it. Good luck. We'll see you on the flip. Isn't using a cushy seat and steering wheel for my summer car or my winter car immersion braking? A little bit, but the funny thing that I wanted to do, because remember, doing projects to broadcast them, and so I needed the sim setup to be funny. That's sort of a background motivation to a lot of what I do here, is that it just needs to have some kind of a weird, funny thing to it. And the weird, funny thing to this is that I am simulating the sim setup is not like a simulator. I don't want a race car. I'm not making an F1 car. I'm making a luxury car out of this thing. So that's kind of what I love about the setup too. I think we'll get started once this song is over. Stream Deck integration into the steering wheel buttons. I mean, what I have came with Windows 11, my handheld, and I immediately flashed it to have Bazite, which is basically Steam Deck. So if I do that, I could probably make it work. My concern right now with what we are implementing is that when we finally do all the CAN bus stuff, even if it's at 500K BPS, is that when I hit a button, it takes so long to go all the way through all the stuff and then the Raspberry Pi and then back out to the HID devices that's going to be a significant delay in controls. At one point with the steering wheel project, I hit a button on the steering wheel and it would light up like a couple milliseconds later, but you could see that, you could perceive that. I think with the steering wheel though, if I rewrite, because we're going to make a little gremlin that goes between the steering wheel and the CAN bus. And so when we make that little gremlin, I can just amp up the speed that it's pulling the steering wheel, and maybe that'll be a little bit better. That'll be a little bit more efficient at doing all that. And then the MCP 250 whatever can do filtering of signals so that only relevant stuff gets to your peripheral devices. So if we're commanding other stuff to do things, they'll be able to function properly and hopefully retain a bit of speed. I just don't know about the Raspberry Pi. The reason I wanted to go with Raspberry Pi was that this can host Node-RED, and Node-RED has a really cool thing where you just click on something and you drag to another thing and it connects those two things, right? That's kind of what I want to implement with the controls, is that I connect a bunch of lines, and then if I need to like scale something, I can drop a node in there that'll do that manipulation of the numbers coming out. And then it'll go into nodes that'll build packets and spit them back out on the network. It's a nice thought, but the only problem is that all that stuff takes computer cycles. And if it's Node-RED doing that manipulation and output, I got to make sure that it can keep up with microcontrollers. Microcontrollers are unburdened. They're fast. Push comes to shove, this becomes a Teensy 4, and the Teensy 4 would have like a text file that would connect things to things. I'd have like like a template for a text file that shows all the connections, and then have to like assign them to HID outputs and cut and paste and make a big text file that would then be interpreted by a microcontroller as the, you know, what it's supposed to do. But I don't like that implementation as much as I like the visual programming of Node-RED. I told you guys about W yesterday, right? No, actually, I went to Wawa, and on my way back, Wawa is a food market in the Northeast, and it originated from Pennsylvania, where I'm from. Wawa is like people want to compare it to Sheetz, but I don't really think it compares to Sheetz. Sheetz is more like gas station food. Wawa is like between a bodega and gas station food. Like you've got gas station quality food, Wawa, and then you have like a New York bodega where you can get like a nice sandwich. And like the thing is, like, bodega's got a little bit of overlap because Wawa has like clean food, and if you go to like a certain bodega, you'll have like old food that's covered in dust and stuff. So it's like I don't know, but I would think bodegas are closer to like a real food market, like a supermarket where you can get food or something. So I don't know where the ranking is, but I don't see Sheetz as compared to Wawa. Anyway, I'm on my way back from Wawa for the food that always tastes the same. And I saw a Jeep with a license plate. It's tough to memorize. It was just the letter W. That was it. That was their whole license plate. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about having that much of an identifiable license plate. I would want it to be at least a little bit challenging for the police officer to memorize. You know, obviously there was the XKCD comic where it was like the license plate is VWWVWVW, and the cop's like, oh, hold on, let me go. I got a list in my car of the like 12 vanity license plates that are like that. So like W is probably on that list. It's like, oh, W is just this guy. I don't know. It's weird, man. It's weird. It's probably actually, that plate's probably worth a lot because the DARE plates, the black DARE keep kids off drugs plates, are highly desirable for car people because then you can match your car with the plate and you don't have this hideous blue, white, yellow thing going on. They're changing Pennsylvania plates though. I got to see what they are nowadays. I think they're all white. Not with like white text. That would be hilarious. They should be blue with like red text. So it does that little like color clash. All right, anyway, let's get to work. We got to do work. Excuse me, I don't mean to burp on stream. Where's my... Oh, I need to use the stream deck to do that. Get that out of there. Let us fade the music out. But bother, it has... Oh, it's already been an hour. Holy shit. I went over time. We were talking about, well, basically this project and where it came from and all that stuff. This is... Welcome to my show. We're working on SimPit stuff. It's kind of like one of the big projects in this stream. And the more we can get through some of the SimPit stuff, the more I can start to kind of clean that table off and get it moved into the other room so that we can have the SimPit sitting under Burn the Subs. That'll expose Burn the Subs a little bit better and I can get to it, which means we can work on that too. That's something in the very near future that I want to work on. And then if Julian comes here, I'm going to have to do a bunch of furniture moving in order to accommodate him on that table again. It means I got to move the laptop off of there on its little laptop stand and move the Focusrite 2i2. Maybe that can just park next to the milling machine. These are things that I got to think about on my own. But anyway, we're working on SimPit stuff because why not? My brother shows up during Thanksgiving holiday and he drops an entire vehicle seat on my ass. And so that vehicle seat we discovered is largely a digital device. Since cars are all integrated these days, you can't just pull a lever under the seat and slide forward. No, indeed, what you have to do is you have to use controls on the side of the seat. You have to power this whole thing up with 12 volts, use the controls on the side of the seat, and then you still can't move your seat because the controls on the side of the seat speak something called K-bus. And K-bus is a way to digitally communicate with the seat's computer. The seat has an entire computer in it with a bunch of relays and a bunch of different functions in it. And so that computer does all of the different features of the seat, which include the tilt motor, the lateral adjustment, the tilt, the lift, and the headrest, the heating, the cooling in some more modern seats. And then the super luxury seats actually have things like vibrators and massagers in them. Cars are crazy, man. So the seat computer actually speaks this flavor of CAN bus called KCAN. And KCAN is either a 100 kilobit per second or a 500 kilobit per second signal that runs throughout the entire car. And there are different flavors of CAN bus in the car. Some of them are purely for safety. Some of them are car controls from the user. Some of them are like, hey, set off the airbag. Like, there's all kinds of stuff running around in cars. 500 kilobytes per second is what we discovered the shift knob speaks. But we also discovered something fairly interesting about the shift knob when we were trying to get CAN bus running. We eventually got CAN bus running. This thing is 500 kilobits per second, but the shift knob in a modern automatic car functionally is so much different from what it used to be. The automatic transmission is capable of putting itself in and out of every single function that it does: drive, reverse, neutral, park, etc. This is not connected to the transmission in any meaningful way. It is digitally connected to the transmission, and it is technically two different devices wrapped up into one. One of the devices is a display. The other one is a control. We have forward, we have back, we have super back. When you adjust this thing forwards and backwards, it is not affecting any of the physical systems of the car or itself, whatever. It's like hitting a button, it's pushing a button. That's essentially all this is doing, is pushing a button. When it pushes the button, the transmission will then say, hey, I'm in park. And then this thing sees that and goes, oh, we're in park. And then it lights up the park light and locks us out of a bunch of other functions, right? Well, actually, I don't think it really locks us out of things. It just doesn't transmit when you hit this button. Supposedly, when I hit this button and shift, it'll then transmit, hey, we're trying to shift into something. And then the transmission goes, okay, I'm in drive. And then it'll boop, it'll light up drive. When it does that, when it sees the transmission say, hey, we're in drive, it will then unlock the ability to kick it over to the side and hit the plus and minus gear controls. Then, if the transmission says, hey, we're in park, and this thing is kicked over to the side, this will activate an internal motor and kick it back over. What am I going to do with that? Well, I don't need it. I don't need it to shift my sim setup. I've got like a gated shifter that I like using. I have throttles. I have all kinds of other controls. So I don't know what I'm going to do with that device. It's just not. My brother changed his around, and this is no longer useful to him. Fascinating project, but it's not really going to be necessary on the sim rig. So we'll figure out what to do with it. Maybe I can do something else with it. Like I can make it a different type of control on the overall rig. The whole point of that last stream was to get comfortable using CAN bus. And so now I'm pretty comfortable using CAN bus. I think it's going to work quite nicely for our system. My only concern is that what I'm doing is, what is a 350 watch streak from Tox Cubed? Oh no, 300, wait a minute. No, you did a thing. You silly man. Silly. Yeah. It was 350 plus bits that they got. It is a, are you winning, Dad? No. It was a 3-watch streak. Well, thank you for the 3-watch streak. I don't know what I'm going to do with those watch streaks. I've got like a 50-watch streak on Rabaz that I don't think I'm ever going to announce. I don't like those. Anyway, so the point is, like, why all this CAN bus stuff? Well, the force feedback controller that I'm going to use speaks CAN bus. And so I thought, hey, some games are kind of a little weird with how they deal with HID devices. And I also kind of don't know how I'm going to hook up the various features of the sim rig. I've got steering wheel buttons, I've got a shifter, I've got joysticks, I've got all kinds of stuff that can either affect HID devices to control the computer game, or they can control physical devices. How am I going to connect everything to everything? Well, let's be as non-committal as possible. Why don't instead I run a CAN bus thingamajig on Node-RED, and then in Node-RED, which is visual programming style, Node-RED allows you to have Java flows that are not necessarily fast, I will discover soon. So in Node-RED, what I can do is parse out those CAN bus signals, and I can just connect them to an output point, or to like a physical point or whatever, rebuild CAN bus packets and send them back out on the network. And so I can have a bunch of HID devices that'll look for CAN bus packets talking to it specifically, and then affect some kind of a key, like a joystick via USB. So that'll make it infinitely reconfigurable, and if I want to manipulate the numbers on the way, I can do that in Node-RED. That's the thought. My only concern with that is that it's going to have too much delay in order to implement. So at some point, we're going to have to pick up and make a bare bones version of that. Okay, so intro explanation. That's the intro for where we are with the project. What are we working on today? Today, I want to do some 3D scanning because I have not used Fusion 360 in like 3 months. And every 3 months, I'm supposed to do 2 sponsored streams. So we're going to restart Fusion. We're going to use the CR scan, which is something I bought for myself. It was possible that I could get one for free through the Fusion Creators Program, but I didn't hop on that. And that was right when I had bought myself one. So, oh well. I could have gotten it for free. It's fine. This one I paid for, so I'm allowed to talk wise about it. The CR scan is very much an entry-level 3D scanner. You need to have it hooked up to something like a laptop. I believe you can use a phone with it, and I've seen a lot of these 3D scanners using phones and to their benefit. And it probably would make good sense for me to have a separate computer running the 3D scanner. But this thing is essentially an Xbox Kinect. Why did chat really... Oof, that was a hard load on chat, probably because Fusion is starting up. This is essentially an Xbox Kinect. This puts out an infrared point cloud and then measures time of flight with 2 camera sensors on it. It's got some other tricks up its sleeve, but that's essentially what it is. It's trying to look for geometries that it has previously scanned as like a series of pictures with distances, and it can reconstruct the solids that it looks at. The thing is about the Creality CR scan is that it's not amazing. It's not like perfect at its job. For stuff that is car part sized, it's pretty good. And if you're looking for one specific surface, you can kind of make sure that it's at a complete advantage while doing it. We're going to try this thing out today with my USB-C setup. I think this is oh no, this is USB-C to USB 3. I think I have to plug it in over at the computer directly so that that's fast enough. So is it good enough? For some things. We got a scan of my face and I was able to manipulate the nose bridge for my giant schnoz. I have a very large Dutch nose, and so we were able to manipulate the bridge of some safety glasses so that they would fit on my face properly. Although recently I found out that actually they don't pinch quite hard enough. You're like those glasses, you're supposed to put them on with earmuffs, and the earmuffs will kind of pin them onto your face. But I was trying to use the circular saw with those glasses, and they kept slipping out. Not good. We may need to do a little bit more work on that. I may need to revisit some of those CAD models. But anyway, the CR scan allowed me to take a scan of my dumb face and cater a design to that scan directly. So it was pretty good. I mean, sometimes you have to kind of remeasure and make sure you've got good datum points and everything. Give up and just glue. Ooh. No. We're good lines and squares. This thing should be good enough, right? This thing should be good enough to get us a scan of the geometry of the pedals. You see, the problem with the pedals, and let me explain this. Let me explain this in so few words. I try to do this at the beginning of streams so that if people really want to know the width and breadth of the project that we're working on, they can rewind to where Start Soon is no longer on screen. Okay, I'll try to get over here. I feel like I surreptitiously twisted my ankle at some point because my ankle, without any pain, my ankle is like weak. I don't know why. I think it's maybe because I was favoring my knee for so long because I got shot in the knee. And it didn't hurt anything for some reason. But that's a long ago injury. And I think it's coming to fruition in my 40s, and also because there was a lot of atmospheric pressure weirdness around. And maybe because I'm losing weight, I don't know. This pedal cluster is directly out of a BMW F10. I do not know what vintage. I think it's F10. I think it's around that generation. I don't know. I just bought it on eBay, right? And we outfitted it with a force sensor, MMS, whatever. MEMS, there we go. MEMS, a MEMS weight like force sensor. And I actually included a spring with the force sensor so that this would function like it's a dying brake pedal, like we had air in the braking system, intentionally to make it funny. Because I mean, I'm playing My Summer Car on this thing. It's not like the perfect race car. I want it to be like there's a bubble in the system. So it gives there's a little give, and then it tightens up. It feels like basically you have like really bad brake lines, the ones that like expand a little bit. For the clutch, I kept some of the springing the same and kind of altered a couple other pieces of the springing on the clutch. And so that actually has the feel of just a regular old luxury car clutch. The problem is this is designed to mount to a firewall, and the firewall in a modern car is just slightly thicker metal on a unibody. The unibody has all kinds of weird geometries to it. And so because it's a footwell, it would be kind of like a cup shape. And as a cup shape, you have a slope up leading to the steering column, and then you have a kind of a weird slope back where the master cylinder would sit. So bolting this up directly on the holes for the master cylinder, this is at a weird angle. These are tilted up a little bit. Barring tilting this bar, which I kind of don't really want to do, maybe as a last resort, I could tilt that bar forward. It wants a semi-flat top for this bolt here, but those two big master cylinder bolts would be the ideal way. Does it feel linear? Yeah, and you know, you can tune it. I can tune the amount of force to be linear too. The gas pedal's the easiest part, by the way. The gas pedal just outputs a 5-volt signal. It's just simply 0 to 5 volts. So the controller that runs all the pedals can just look at that. I'm sure the modern ones probably speak CAN bus. That would probably be a nicer option, but we'll make a little controller that plugs into everybody and poops out CAN bus. I have a LIN bus version of it, but we probably have to modify that to be CAN, which may just mean soldering another circuit board on top of it. Looks promising. It was, you know, this is the previous setup here. These rails here used to strap to my swiveling desk chair, and that would give me all the pedals at the right angles and all that stuff. I had a whole elaborate beam setup that would sort of hold it up. It wasn't very good on the swivel chair because you'd hit the clutch and the chair would swivel because you're putting all of that force on your left leg, and it just swivels you. So this new sim setup is going to be so much better, but I got to get the pedal angle to be right. So I looked around for 3D models of this. Nobody's got 3D models of that. Nobody has it, unless somebody has like connections at BMW, or I think there was like a leak at some point of like CAD files for these cars. Unless somebody has access to that stuff. I think it was the E46 though. I don't think it was like an F10. So I don't have any sort of CAD modeling of this stuff, nor does it stand to logic that I would. Of course you wouldn't be able to get that. It would be cool if they would release that kind of stuff, but no, they don't do that. So anyway, what we need to do is pull this thing off of here and then scan it with the CR10S. And in order to scan stuff that's kind of weird, we've worked on this before. We've worked on similar stuff to this before and gotten some pretty decent scans of stuff. I have my ground plane. So this is just a piece of corrugated, whatever it is, MDF, not poster board. It's like sign board. Basically, they put plastic into the cardboard machine and made this. It's just a slightly stable poster board that I put a bunch of the tracking dots on. And so I'm thinking what I can do, put the pedals down right here, and then we can just scan that, and it'll delete all of the excess stuff. Where's your clutch pedal? Have you ever driven a car before? There's the gas pedal. There's the brake pedal. I don't know what that one is. Of course I have a clutch pedal. It's a bother. I hope I am not. No, you guys listen. You gotta be made of some stern stuff to stream, all right? And maybe I'm not, but you guys should find it fairly difficult to get on my bad side. Yeah, we 3D printed this thing and did a lot of modifications to it. It feels pretty much like a regular shifter, even though it's 3D printed. It pretty much feels like a normal shifter. I might shorten this stalk a little bit just to make it a little bit more. Well, that is kind of a realistic length. It's just you'd have all the boot stuff around it. I just cut it off with a bandsaw. But anyway, so we'll have this shifter there, and I have a clutch. So pretty cool. Do-do-do, do-do-do-do. All right, so I just did this as a test, and it turns out, I mean, this would be, what is all that noise? Why am I, there's like rail parts falling down. Anyway, this would be serviceable. I would be able to use these pedals. It would be a little fatiguing for my feet because I'd have to kind of like float them up on this. And I think, as you know, Gonad had pointed out, we were talking about this in his stream, that this piece right here seems like it needs to be fully horizontal for these to be proper. In a regular car, you would have the floor about level with the bottom rails of the chair. There would be a little bit of a dip from the rails of the chair, and then it would come straight over to here, where it would then do that sort of C-shape cup that gives you all the weird angles. So I think I need to kind of go on the premise of this thing being flat, but I love that I can put a smacking huge bolt into the master cylinder mount, and I could put an angle iron over here too in order to make that mount like super strong. I probably want to move this beam to the back of this piece here, just so that I get that extra inch, because this is a little bit restrictive, but I can also move the chair back. The chair is in a bit of a neutral position, but I'm not sure how neutral that position is. So all these things at once need to be considered. I need to see whether or not I can 3D print something to mount this properly and get the right angles. So let's get this off of here. This beam is also probably too short, but this is just a test. So get a T-handle. I think it's actually this one. And I need to get back to that master cylinder bolt. I bought these low profile bolts, like a whole bushel of them, and they're perfect for this kind of stuff because they can get in there without interfering with anything. Oh, nope, never mind, it was this size. Do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Why are you, wait, what? Oh, it's even larger still. No, it's not. What the hell? It is not, no, it is not English sized. No, 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 no. Is it stripped to hell? What the, wait. Maybe that's still too big. Try this one. Do I have maybe other wrenches somewhere? Maybe it's in between these two sizes. It's not that size. What the, okay, I'm genuinely confused. I've got all of my wrenches right here. All of my wrenches are right here, and I tightened the hell out of this one. And it should be at 90 degrees to the rails. Oh, there we go. That was it. It just wasn't falling into the hex because it's a low profile. All right, I'll come over and read chat in just a sec. We just got to grab this thing. Ow! Ah, it's a giant, heavy spring puzzle. Shit. Fuck. Okay, got it. All right, coming over. Oh, my knee's been killing me lately. I don't know what's going on. Feels weird watching a tech streamer that doesn't yell at chat. You guys are refugees, I think I'm going to start referring to you as. It's okay. You can leave your traumas behind. No, I mean, I get snippy with you guys plenty, but usually I have to find like super justification for it, because the first thing that people do when you get snippy with them is they bring up this like counter example that totally invalidates it and makes you look like a dickwad, right? It's the first thing that they say, oh, I didn't mean it like that. I actually meant, and you're like, all right, I was being a dick. They do that. They do that to you when you're a streamer. And you go, oh, I misinterpreted your comment. Even though I probably didn't misinterpret your comment, but they always have to have that exit ramp from getting scolded by the streamer. Anyway, my chat is like super slow because I'm a dying streamer, both physically and in terms of numbers. So enjoy the relative calm. And it's so easy to yell at your chatters because they don't know what's going on, right? Like I'm here and I'm in the middle of it. Is that construction frame made from V-slots? V-slots, no. V-slots are meant to have a Delrin roller. These are 80-20 style rails that don't have the V-slot for the Delrin roller. They're essentially the same thing. But the ones I got are extra thick. I don't know if I should have gotten light ones. And boy, howdy, was it a lot of money to get these. I got them from McMaster Car, and the reason is, the reason I got such heavy ones, I didn't get the super heavy duty ones, but I did get like the normal ones. There's also a light version, which may have been a better idea, but I figure I have 260 pounds of American fat to sit into this thing, and I want to make sure that it's supported properly. And if my beam span is going to be like almost 5 feet, I think this is like 4 and some change. It's like 1,300 millimeters. I want to make sure that it doesn't fold in on itself and ruin a $100 beam. These were both $100. I hate the price of this stuff. I had to do it. I had to do it in order to build this setup. I also have a lot. I have a lot of hardware for this kind of thing already. The OD Big Profiles is 4080 rail. They're named after the millimeter size profile. So 4080, and they're metric. Those are 8020, which are not metric, they're English. These are 4040, which are metric from a company called 8020.net. But I bought these on McMaster-Carr. That was the best price during the holiday season. If you're not in America, and boy howdy, I hope you're not. If you're not in America, you can go through like JLC Industrial. JLC PCB has an industrial side, and they charge pennies on the dollar for these rails because they're in China. They just have access to them, and they get the best price. But for me, the shipping was going to be astronomical, and then they probably would have shot my dog or something like that when they got here. My own government, not the rails, would have shot my dog, and so I decided I would order from McMaster because they've got warehouses all over the place, and they'd be able to get them here in 2 days during the holiday season. So that was my reasoning and decision behind all of that stuff. Thank God I'm not in the US. Yeah, so it turns out the human leg is pretty leggy. The human leg is pretty strong. And my idea to throw just a little piece of aluminum onto the brake thing and suspend it on 2 little tiny bolts was maybe a little bit harebrained. So, by the way, what we did in order to, this is the load cell. This is what's measuring the amount of force, and then that translates into an analog axis, right? I've never been yelled at. I've never been yelled at. My fiance, and I find it funny when it happens. I mean, yelling at chat is always fun. It's very cathartic, and hopefully everybody doesn't take you too seriously when you do it. I am a little brother. I'm a Philadelphia guy. Listen, it takes a lot to get under my skin. I've had coworkers that have been able to get completely under my skin, and it breaks you. This guy was just relentless in making fun of me. I think he fucking hated me. I was just a co-op student at an architectural firm, and this guy's laying in on me. I'm like, you're the guy that runs the copier. Like, what the fuck? Why do you hate me so much? Like, it's a particular brand of Philly brotherly love. Anyway, yeah, it turns out the human leg is a little stronger than I had anticipated, and I don't have a better solution for this. What I want to do is get a 3D scan of this crevice, and obviously this face in relation to this face, and maybe a little bit of the pedals so that I get like a datum point of what direction the pedals are facing. And I think I want to 3D print something that'll just fill this space with PETG, and then I can potentially just put like a metal collar here, or even like I don't want to have to twist the thing to install it. So maybe like I don't know, if I've got like a metal, like a shotgun shell, it would look like a little metal cup right here that I would be able to get the bolt through. I guess I could machine something like that. Probably could buy something like that too. Is this going to completely unseat? We don't, this is for the brake light sensor. Kind of funny that it goes there. Do-do-do, do-do-do-do. That song's going to be stuck in my head. Good song though. Oh, we can get the wire out of here too. That'll be good. Okay, so yeah, let's get this whole thing out of here. Open the doors, get them out of there. What do you want? We could find some kind of peace. Peace. No peace. Give us back Commander Data, Zactor. What do you want from us? Die. Why do I constantly, the reason I constantly quote that is that it was in some kind of like Goa song back when I was listening to really hard music. Yeah, check out definitely plush. Check out JLC Industrial, because that is the best place to get the. Oh, great! I go through all the trouble to buy these fancy schmancy freaking awesome hex handles that have all this weight to them, so you can blah, 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 right. You do that, and then taking out the hex bolt. There's no room for it to spin. This, by the way, when assembling the big thing, this is awesome. I had to be careful that I'm not putting too much torque into it with the hammer drive, but like those things are designed to kind of be torqued down. The only thing that you really got to worry about is that your ball end over here, because this isn't necessarily hardened to the standard of normal impact drives. So this ball over here could potentially either snap off or just enroundinate all of your hex sockets. And then the little 1/4 inch whatever it is ratchet adapter I have is one of the ones that wiggles around a little bit, so that really helps it get into places and install and uninstall all the bolts on these kinds of things. It was really cool. Just thought I'd mention that. If you're building like a big structure out of this stuff and you got it all planned out in CAD and you've got all your hardware laid out and ready to go, that thing will save you quite a bit of aggravation and wrenching hex hardware. Why is it fighting me? Stop fighting me. I can't take it. I'm going to cry. Oh, bud. There we go. All right, we can get this stuff out of here. 80/20 is very expensive from the factory. That's where the industrial orders would be going. It's not worth buying from there. Ball end is the cat's meow. These were supposed to all be ball end, but the company that makes these decided that they didn't want to do ball end at the smaller sizes because the balls pop off. Even though China sends me these things with like every single thing I order, they send me a ball-ended, hex key. I wanted to get the nice, long-lasting tool edition of that instead of the cheese metal China edition. But anyway, I don't save those hexes anymore that they send me. I really want to do an art project where I just weld all of the hex keys that they send me together into just this big, I don't know, sculpture of some kind. Although they're nickel plated, so I would die from the fumes. So yeah, you don't want your balls popping out. Premium cheesium. See, I like my premium cheeses. I like a good fancy cheese. There's some fancy cheese you got going on here. Give me the part. What are you doing? Give me the freaking part. Why are you being like this? There's so many car parts on my desk right now. AutoCAD people. Oh, look, Bother's doing a sponsored stream. I wonder what he's up to. And I'm sitting here like, don't let your balls drop. Like, why did we give this guy a free copy of our software? As he sips his coffee. Okay, so there's our force sensor. I actually bought another one of these, one for the handbrake, and I'm not sure if I'm going to use it or not. I think it was $60 I spent. But the handbrake, I don't know if I want to make the handbrake feel like a real car handbrake where it like ratchets. Obviously, I could go and buy a real car handbrake, but I've already got one of those aluminum jobbies from eBay. This is crazy. So I guess we're putting this somewhere as a keepsake. It's not much of a keepsake. I mean, I really didn't like truly, absolutely like brutalize this, but I mean, this is a testament to the amount of panic braking that I did in my summer car. It's pretty much the only game I played. I did a little Assetto Corsa with it, which was pretty fun. The road courses were the best part about the force feedback wheel. The road courses were. All right, so we got to remember that the red wire goes on the top here because I'm going to unplug this. The Hall of Shame. I don't have a shame box. Maybe I'll send it over to not Artisan Makes, Inheritance Machining. You're like, who the fuck is that? Hey, Bother. GL Car Junk. What, huh? Good luck, Car Junk? It gets a demerit badge. That's like a decomposer unwrites music. Yeah, this is the, I mean, it would be cooler if I had distorted it more, but it's kind of cool to like have a testament to the amount of force that goes into stuff. Because on the very weakened part right here is where gave up a little bit, and that's probably why the brake pedal was a little bit loose at the very top. It's funny because like people like Strange Parts know who I am. Strange Parts found their way to the stream and said, hey, cool, man, I'm streaming on Twitch. And I was like, cool, I'll point all my people over to you. Like, absolutely, go watch Strange Parts. He's really cool. But then, like, you would think that would translate to, like, oh, yeah, Inheritance Machining. Yeah, I'll send him a... No, I don't know who he is. I've never heard of... Like, they've never dropped me a line. I don't know who any of those people are. The YouTube or Twitch can be a little bit isolated from all these other communities. And the only reason that I know who Uo Slab is that he dropped me a line. So... yeah, we had to part out just the right thingy there in order to get this all. And actually, this is 40/40. I might want to reclaim this bracket. Wait, why do I have this extra? This is a 40/40 bracket. I probably could use this with the rest of the. Oh well, I'm going to keep this the way it is. But all right, keep this the way it is. We're going to scan it like this, with not too much stuff in the way. Oh yeah, get this out of here. Because yeah, how does this thing sit on the frame and how can we connect it? No, I haven't. I don't have his address either, so I don't know how I would be able to send them. All of the airbags are still within 6 feet of me right now. They're all in reach of my dumb self. So, straight up and down here, why is the master cylinder tilted so much? That's so strange of them to do. It's like I would need a big wedge block. And I guess, if I 3D print it out of PETG and I do very little infill, it will be pretty strong, but I don't know if it'll be the forces that I'm looking to withhold strong. If I do get a beam up here and I'm able to bolt it like this, because I think actually technically this is probably tilted up just a little bit. Because it'd be like this. Actually, no. Flatulent gonad is right. This thing sits here. Guys, try and give you a view. God, it's hot in here. It seems as though this straight up and down, like flat, that is such an angle for the master cylinder to be at. Look at that. Crazy. I wish I could take this into CAD and just rotate it down a little bit. Probably what they did. Can make a pumpkin launcher next Halloween. I'm surprised that it works in a pumpkin launcher. I guess the amount of gas to expand is enough to do a chunkin'. To print the wedge and then cast in aluminum. How much weight am I going to tolerate on this thing? I guess all of it, because it doesn't matter how much it weighs in the end. Where's that picture that I put up? I put this picture into chat a million years ago. There it is. No, how do I open link? There we go. How do I print a PDF? I was using this just as like a reference for what the foot position is supposed to be and the pedal position is supposed to be. I mean, I can obviously just open up my car and look at it because this is about the same generation as the car that I have right now. The wheel, I'm going to want to have it tilting back just a tiny little bit, and then it'll adjust from there, obviously. And then the pedals, I guess they need to be a little bit forward, so like... yeah, it looks like it is like straight up and down is like the angle, because with this straight up and down, these are just like that. And so you've got at full press, it's a flat thing. Add another cross brace, yeah. Lots of those going around. All right, so let's get to scanning, and then we can get this into CAD, and we can kind of like figure out the rest of it. This isn't going to scan perfectly, right? I'm not going to end up with something that looks exactly like this. You guys should know this, that the scan is going to be completely imperfect. But this is the cheat code to working on weird mutant cars nowadays. This is such an awesome thing, and really it wasn't until I watched a couple super fast Matt videos that I realized this. Like, this is a total cheat code. This makes it so easy to fabricate weird stuff. You can 3D scan it, you can pull it into CAD, you can only look at the areas where things attach to each other, and then you can come up with ways to sort of staple everybody together. It's very, very cool stuff. I'm super excited about being able to do this. The image with the fingers behind the knee. Yeah, it's stop poking me. I'm trying to get into my car. Stop it. Why are you poking my knees? Scan in another food shape. What food? What food? What are you eating? GLC CNC will make that not much, but yeah, I could do CNC. It'll be like $400 to post to the US. Yeah, $40 on aluminum soda cans. Do it yourself for a fraction of the price. And all you have to do is pay the price of the emergency room bill when you forget to preheat things and there's a little latent moisture and it goes pop. Yeah, I don't think I really want to cast aluminum for this. I would rather cobble something together that barely even does it. You got a pick programmer, nice. Those can be expensive. Okay, so mainly what we want to scan is this aluminum piece right here. And so visually this should pop out enough. There's not really all that much reflecting on it. We should be able to get, at least the big thing that I really want to get is this contour here so that I can make something that fits in this section or something that mounts to this whole section and makes it straight up and down so that I can have a beam up here and then a beam across here. Because one bolt over here, not going to be enough. It's going to move back and forth. Okay, so for that, we're going to put this onto the little scanning field that I made. These little nubbulins, these little infrared reflecting nubbulins, these things help the CR scanner figure out where it is based on the constellation. They're very good at stabilizing your scans. So I'm going to tell it to ignore the flat plane, and then I'll have it stabilize on that. The back of the chair is probably going to get in the way. We might get that in our scan, and we'll just have to delete it after the fact. And so what I'm going to do, we're not really going to get a whole scan of the whole object, right? We're not going to go all the way down to the pedals. I'm going to go all the way down to the pedals. It's a clone, not expensive. I think it was 30 bucks. Oh, good, because yeah, the real ones are, hoo boy. Hoo boy, do they make it prohibitively expensive to run a PIC microcontroller. That might be enough. It is distorting the field though. That's not flat. Maybe we should bring it up to the chair like we did last time. The stool rather. Bring it up to the stool like we did last time. Because that puts it far away from any other object that would get scanned alongside. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's much better. That's much better, except for the fact that it's distorting my field. The weight of the pedals themselves is making my stool field weird. So yeah, because these are pushing down on this surface, if it counts this as flat, these aren't really going to scan in totally properly. We could use the clutch pedal's not moving nature. The brake pedal is moving a little bit because the spring is not that strong. No, I don't have a photo box that's big enough to scan this thing. Sure. Okay, so now that here's what we're scanning. Here's all the stuff in the way. There's the USB port that I have to plug into. How am I going to do this? Hold on, go to this camera and get the CR scan, untangle it from the shifter. Things are kind of a mess right now. I should probably clean up some of these side project things. Okay, make sure my mic cable doesn't catch on something and then send me face first into my milling machine. Ah! There we go. All right, this is a new perspective. You guys get a new perspective on a bother. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. And then it's upside down. Okay, twist the USB. No, okay, got it. It wasn't the third time. I got it on the second try. Okay. Whew. And that should offer us enough room to get around this thing, hopefully. I'm standing directly on the rails and it's very stable. Nope. Now, what I don't want to do is step on the gas pedal because that's not supported right. I remember there being a little bit more space here for me to scan. I guess we can get around it. This thing runs hot. Every single foot placement has to be completely deliberate because there are things on the floor like pieces of rail and wooden boards that are slippery, things that will kill me. Don't try this at home. Picket 3.5 clone, all right. Sounds cool. We don't really need a light to be super duper on that. Okay. CR scan. What was that called again? That's not the right one. Creality scan. There we go. I think that's... Do you want this app to make changes to your device? No, wait, I've already got it installed. Hold on. 3D connection, 3D scan. Is it? It's not 3D scan, is it? No, that's the wrong program. We've been through a saga of trying to figure out how to scan stuff with like a Kinect and photogrammetry and all that stuff, and I finally decided to spend the money to get a CR scan, which ended up being the best way to do it. Creality scan. Is that going to come up with the same prompt as... I guess I do have to allow it to make changes to my device. USB disconnection issue. Ignore. Close this. New project. Oh yeah, we scanned... Oh wait, hold on. We scanned Julian, my buddy Julian's face while he was here. And my face, but he was trying to make a silly face the whole time. But it's so, like, I could build Julian a Batman helmet now. If I pull this into Fusion, I have all these triangles that I can then use to create something, pair of sunglasses for him. But the best view of all of them is where you're actually inside of the 3D model. There it is. Oh God, I love it. It's so stupid. Julian, why? Why did you do this to yourself? Oh, I love it. I love it. Anyway, yeah, stupid. So new project. Name would be just pedals. Oh, look, it's Nightmares Beyond My Comprehension. Fun. I should set that as my computer background. Object. Yeah, it's not a face or a body. We're just normal. Size. I'm going to call that medium, but I'm not too sure. 250 by 250. Yeah, this pretty much fits on a 3D printer bed. Small is only slightly smaller. It's not really good at small stuff. We're going to use markers. High quality. Disable flat base, yes. Trying to use a very old version of the Picket Programmer app. Just had a hex I wanted to upload. Ah, I see. All right, so I'm going to hit scan, and it's going to completely hobble this computer. And I would love to show you, I think I've got a thing where I can show CR scan simultaneously, if that still comes up. Nope. Hold on, let's see. Oh, that's actually showing the CR scan itself, which would be, that's the depth camera. Oh, but it's not showing up. What about RGB? Yeah, there. That's the scanner itself. There's the IR camera. That's something. We'll show that. Keep it over here. Okay, so I'm gonna hit scan and then it's gonna completely hobble my computer for a little while, and I'm gonna be looking over at the monitor over here to see what it's telling me, because sometimes you can kind of go out of alignment and stuff and it gets kind of mad at you for that. You see those little markers, how bright they are on the infrared? All right, let's see what we can do. Adjust this distance between the scanner and the object so that it's optimal. I think I've got pretty good. Whoa, is everything slowing down? Oh, it might actually be having trouble accessing the IR camera. It's frozen. Let's stop viewing it with OBS. I think maybe having it in OBS is yeah, it's messing it up. I'm not getting any distance from this. All right, let's go. Let's see if we can do this again. OBS does not like sharing. Polka dots like newspaper, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna restart the program. What's up, Copper? CR. What's up, Millbell12? How you doing? How is it going? We're trying to scan the foot pedals that are from a real car, and because they're from a real car, they exist at an angle that I can't necessarily reproduce. So, where's pedals on here? My ass. No, okay, we're doing a new one. New project. Pedals 2. Normal, medium, marker, quality, yes, flat base, scan. Okay, there we go. Insufficient markers. You're looking at like 10,000 of the fucking things. I ordered one large fry and you gave me 10,000 of these little fucking things. Okay, we might be able to do this. I just need to stay far enough away that it's able to see multiple markers at all times. No, it still says insufficient markers. Huh. Less than 4. See what I got to work with here? It's very moody. Is this going to be your summer car or your winter car? Winter here is being very spring-like. Oh, winter here has been brutally cold. This is going in the simulator setup, which will inevitably be used to play my winter car and possibly some of my summer car. So a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I mean, it might be better to do geometry, but I thought that my little base station cluster would be enough that we could at least get those two faces to be good enough. So let's just hit play on this. I want my slaw. You have your slaw, sir. This is not looking good. Yeah, it's like whenever I move a little bit, like if I twitch just a little bit, it loses tracking. Damn it, I can't get to the top of it where I most desperately need to scan. All right, let's try it off geometry then. Oh no, don't process. No, I want to go back. So like, yeah, this is not that great. Not that great. Delete that. Yep. And then we'll go back to scanning. How do I go back? New scan. Normal, size, medium, feature, geometry, accuracy. I feel like I want to go to fast instead of high quality, but we are trying to engineer off of this thing, so. Disable flat base, yes, scan. The problem with geometry tracking is that it's very easy for it to run away on us. Like it'll attach something where it's not supposed to attach if I have an errant twitch. So let's give it a try. Should probably hold this upside down. Maybe that's better, because then I can hold the wire. I can put the wire up on the lamp. There we go. That's actually better. Now I've got it all suspended above. This is going to be a total mess, isn't it? I feel like I should have like an automated booth to do this. All right, well, let's just give it a try and see if we can build something that works. Hello? There we go. Okay. So I've got to be really still for this. So if I'm not talking, I apologize. But this is kind of difficult. There's the slowness of doing this on the streaming computer, coupled with trying not to twitch, being as slow and predictable about it as I can, so that I can get plenty of data, build up some of these solids and not have it run away with any weird geometries. Oh shit. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, we got to swing around. Don't count those chickens. It's like the cheap little plastic mount for this thing could let go and completely screw me over. I've had that happen before. Uh-oh. Return to previous scan. Somewhere over here. Oh boy. That's going to put some noise in it if I'm not careful. Oh crap, I'm moving that way. I'm moving the wrong way. Okay, there we go. I'm trying to get it from over here, but getting over here is the tough part. Having the camera upside down is actually fairly confusing. Makes it a little bit difficult. Nope, lost it. Here we go. This is a good datum. If I can get a little bit more of that pedal. This is going to be a huge pedal file when I'm done. A lot of data. See if we can get a little bit of the back there. Ooh, this is doing good. I've spoke too soon. All right, I think that got everything that I needed to, I think. So we'll stop it there. Whew. Oh, whole body's tired after that. Homie couldn't get the motor to run right, so they used the Lazy Susan instead. I do have that big circular bearing that I could use to do this, but we didn't have great results with it. We've tried to scan stuff before, but it really does require just kind of holding yourself still and sort of painting over the object with the camera. So inverting the camera was a very bad idea. That really confused me. All right. How much detail do we have in some of these areas? I would have liked a little bit more in here. That was one difficult to grab angle. I mean, I could hit the play button and try to actually scan it again. And then down here, this little area here, which is where I'm probably going to be designing this thing in the first place. I really want more detail there. Over here, we're lacking the front piece. I don't know if what I can do is reorient the object and have it, let's try that. I'm going to reorient the object. We're going to see if we can get a good scan off of it with it finding the geometry again. Rotating a 5-axis arm would be a good solution. No. If you're doing this and you're thinking about buying a 5-axis robot arm, just spend the money on a better scanner. I think I can, and I could probably combine different files from different scans, but I think what I can do is hit play on it right now and just scan it more. How do I want to put this thing? I would love to hold it straight up like this. That would be the ideal. Do I have anything that can do that? I mean, I could make an elaborate setup to hold it up like this and scan it, or I could just hold it up in the air for a while. Or I could invent a 5-axis robot arm to prop it up with the broom. Maybe that'll do. Of course, the broom's going to show up on the scan. I can prop it with the broom down further below. No. Here we go. I have it propped on a broom handle. Yeah, put a piece of string. Come on, Wallace. No, not. All right, just like that. Hold the cable. Hold this thing up. Let's just see. Let's hit play. And it'll say, I don't know what I'm looking at. The only problem is what it can do is it can poison the current model. Oh, it found it immediately. Oh, cool. Oh, that's badass. That's cool. So it found all the same stuff, and now we're filling in more detail about it. Yeah, cool. I don't need the pedals, but I kind of want them. Oh, no! There you go. You got it. You got it. You got it, cuh. Come on, bull. Try to get the backs of the pedals a little bit. I'm going to scan my own crotch by accident. I really want to switch hands. Oh no, I lost it. Hold on. All right, we're going for the hat trick. I'm going to switch hands while it's confused. See how slow my computer is, though? That's probably one of the deciding factors in why it keeps losing tracking. Like if the computer was faster and the frames were coming in faster, I think it would smooth it out a little bit. There we go, snap 2. And we got to get this front end. Oh, I knocked it too hard. Sorry. Okay, there we go. I scanned my magic wand over the object. Come on. Keep it together. Keep it together. I really need you to get that little nub, the little end piece right there. There we go. Starting in on it. That's good. See, the thing is you need to get all the faces of these objects in order to get them to fill in properly. And of course the broom handle is going to be right there. We'll just ignore the broom handle. Broom handle. All right, I gotta come back over here and I gotta start going under so that we get the underface of this stuff so it fills in the solids a little bit more completely. The dots down on the bottom piece I probably could have used, although they're not in view here. You know, if I had a full 3-dimensional photo booth for this, it'd be covered in the little dots. Go get all that information. Come on, you can do it. You got this. You got this. All angles. Yeah, the nicer scanners can do like blue light grids and stuff. This one is just simply a big old point cloud of infrared dots that it uses to construct things. It's rudimentary, but for, you know, what we're doing, we're building toys, so who cares? Really, it's just a toy. Now, I'm not going to be able to get around here because the broom handle is going to, like, block everything. Yeah, there it goes. Oh, no, maybe we did okay. I just got to slow it down, and this thing will get its orientation again. There we go. I mean, like, this is visually one of the cooler things that you can really do on stream. is 3D scan an object, right? Having trouble with that spring. Thinking about those beans. Actually, I'm the one thinking about the beans because I've got that chili that I made yesterday. That's in the fridge and waiting for me. It's going to be delicious because it has 24 hours to sit and let all the flavors get to know each other in the pot. Whew. Okay, back over to here. Actually, I think we might call it for that. Yeah, it's going to find it hard to find its tracking again, but I feel like I need a little bit more data around that area, that hole. Please find yourself. Nah, okay, we lost it. Hit pause. Donk. Whew. Yeah, the homogenization of the flavor profile, exactly. I feel like things like chili and you know, those slow cooker recipes, you got to let them sit in the fridge for a little while. Can it figure out pointing upwards, or do you have to rotate the items so the camera's always face to the reference dots? If you use the dots, 4 of the dots need to be visible at all times. That's the bottom line. 4 dots need to be always visible. Yeah, we got a little bit of noise around that right there. So that rim does not have stuff sticking out. But if I'm going to design something that fits into this area, I think this is enough triangles. It's enough points that I'm going to be able to make sense of it. And just make something that's relatively the right shape. It's not going to be a super, like, perfect fit. But we do have a little bit of data for the pedals themselves, where they're placed. So that'll help me orient this thing properly. And we also have a model of a broom handle. Very lucky of us to get. Sitting in the fridge also takes some of the heat off if you accidentally added too many peppers or hot sauce. Does it really? Does that dull the heat down? I didn't add too many peppers to this chili because we've got somebody in the household who thinks that salt is too spicy, as you put it earlier in the Discord, Copper. I like that. I like that phrase. I'm going to steal it. All right, so that's the scan. Let's hit stop. Complete scanning. I'm going to put this thing down here again. I'm glad I propped it up like that because we could really get good access to everything that needed to be scanned. Putting like an eyelet in the ceiling and then hanging it would also be kind of fun. But then if you bump it, all bets are off. Salt is too spicy. Yeah, exactly. So we used geometry on that one, and that was actually really good. For the smaller stuff, we were using the markers, which stabilized it completely around something that maybe didn't scan all that well. Now what I need to do is get viewing angles of this thing that'll allow me to highlight all the noise, highlight and delete all of the noise. So that's our raw scan. How do I highlight stuff in this, or is that not this step? Edit is the one I'm looking for. So first, I guess we're processing it and then we're editing it. I kind of want to go straight to edit so that I can delete all this noise. So there are various settings on this. We can do the one, you guys can't see the edge of the screen, hold on. We can do the one-click process, which kind of like auto does it all. Oh, I thought it said that this file took up 17 gigs. I was like, what the fuck? No, it's I have available memory is 17 gigs. So one-click process will do everything for us. We can change the resolution and the sensitivity in order to optimize what we're getting out of this thing. I had to adjust this thing a lot when we did the scan of my face. In that person's defense, they were raised by some with doctor-prescribed sodium issues, so childhood-related stuff leads to freaking out about salt being added to pasta water. Oh, okay, well, that's way more detail than I needed, man. For me, it's just that I have somebody who's very sensitive to spicy foods. I put 2 of my garden peppers in there that were smoked, so this should be really good chili. But then, like, the ratio of the spices when doing a chili like I was doing, there's like 5 different kinds of beans in there, which some chili people will tell you is like a total violation. It's like the worst thing you can do to a chili is add beans. People feel very strongly about this. So when I did all that stuff, adding the smoked peppers and the stuff like that, it came to like, what's the ratio of spices? I don't know. Dump the chili powder in, sprinkle the cumin in, dump a bunch of smoked paprika in. You know, it's like, none of it is actually like super duper measured. Texans lost their chili license. No, I know somebody who's in the same state as you that feels that there should not be beans in chili. So there's a lot of big open gaping holes in this thing, right? And we don't mind that. I don't know how to tell the software that I don't mind that. I don't want it to stitch. Oh, great. Apparently I confirmed something. You're making me hungry. If that's all it takes, man, then it's too easy. So we need to basically turn all of these little point cloud dots into solids. And this is going to do a certain amount of interpretation and smoothing on it. And it's probably going to try to put this together as if we got like an amazing scan that got all the details, which we did not. I wish there was a mode for this where it said, look, I just need like a really crappy scan. I don't need you to try to staple everything back together. Who cares? They aren't eating it. You are. But the person who can't stand spice will be eating it. Yes. It's okay. I got a little bit of spicy in there. Sensitive to spicy foods. My people. Okay, Copper, I know 3 people who are in your state that believe beans shouldn't. No. Mild salsa, spicy ketchup is spicy. Orange chicken from Panda Express is spicy. Oh no. That's very sensitive. Although on the other end of the spectrum of that is actually ADHD degenerate. Whoa, that was chat initializing on the very slow computer. ADHD degenerate has been putting ghost pepper sauce on everything, and I'm like, what? Like, dude, you need a tolerance break for the spicy stuff. You need to bring that down a notch. Yeah, it is chili season. It's a good season for stuff in tomato sauce that is brought up to temperature and used basically as an excuse to consume dairy. Man, I could eat a whole tub of sour cream. I've got news for you. Put a little chili on that, and now you've justified it. Oh no, the chili is too spicy. Another lump of sour cream for me. And then you pile on cheese. Oh, the amount of beans. Yeah. I blended half of Carolina Reaper in my store-bought salsa because it wasn't hot enough. Holy shit. I don't know where to get some of these powerful super duper peppers because I really like the taste of ghost peppers. I like their flavor, but I don't like their incredible spiciness. The one I got, the pepper that I grew this year that was the best, and the frame rate's going to be all weird while this thing does. Habaneros are great in a chili. I just don't like the heat that they give. I don't like the feeling of the heat that they give the habaneros. But what I grew this year, it's called the habanada. And the reason it's called nada, because it's a joke, the nada is the no spice. So you get a habanero, you bite into it, and you get all of the chemical warnings, like the smell. If you just smell that pepper, like after you chop one up or something, the habanada gives you all of those chemical cursors that warns you that there's a heavy amount of capsaicin in the thing, right? You smell it and it gets that sort of chemical warfare bouquet. But when you taste it, there's no heat. It's very weird. It's a weird thing because the capsaicin isn't, they bred it to be not spicy. And I wish they would do that with like your ghost peppers. I wish they would take the ghost pepper down to like a jalapeno and then you could pickle them and they would be delicious because those have actually a really good flavor to them. But the spice will beat the crap out of you. No, for me, like somewhere around Serrano, a little bit above Serrano is sort of the zone that I like. There was a burrito hybrid pepper that I grew that was really good. I don't like how this has to do all this processing before I go in and delete stuff that's not relevant. Yeah, ghost peppers are fruity, similar to a habanero. Exactly. Yeah, they've got that wonderful flavor to them. It's kind of unique. There was one potato chip that did that, but I think it was a limited run and they don't sell it anymore, so I'm annoyed. All that work scanning and we have to sit here now. But again, like this is the cheat code for doing crazy automotive stuff, is that you scan your stuff. You know, you scan the motor that you want to put in the car and then you scan the engine bay and it's like, oh, look, I got room. Like the flavor of the jalapeno, but I wish they were hotter. Well, if you get, it depends, because the selective breeding of jalapenos and the factory process of it all. If you get commercial jalapeno, there's no spice to it. They figured out, I guess, like some selective breeding on it that allows them to grow them really fast, and in doing so, there's like no spice to them anymore. The older jalapenos are ones you grow yourself. If you grow your own jalapenos, I bet you'll find your spicy jalapeno level. Because growing your own peppers, they're so much more concentrated. They're kind of amazing. I thought one of my peppers was just a bell pepper, and I sliced a little piece of it, and I went, oh boy, and I took a big crunch out of it, And it turns out it was something like a Reaper or like a Scotch bonnet or something like that. Because man, that was just pure pain. That was pain. And then a little bit of it, a little of the spray, because I took a big like crunch out of it, like you would in like a supermarket commercial. It went, psh, and that oil got every. So later on, I go and take a glass of water, and I go to take a sip, and water gets on my beard, and I get more of the spice. It's like, oh no. Did actually grow some last year, and they were delicious. I let some on longer, so they got red. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do with my relish this year, was let everybody get red, and then have just like a deep red relish. I didn't do that. I've got all the peppers frozen. I think what I want to do is toss them all on a tray and just throw it in the smoker and have a bunch of smoked peppers that I can use and stuff. Yeah, you gotta save it for later. The beard was the flavor saver, but the flavor was undesirable. Super heat. I want to get to the AutoCAD part of this, you guys. Pickled and then smoked. That's an interesting. I don't know if I like that. It probably works. You probably could do it. You'd smoke and then pickle though. And if you cold smoked it, that would probably be better. But then the process of pickling would just wipe all the smoke off of the outside. I don't know what would penetrate into the pepper. I'm currently air drying my white ghost peppers. Holy shit, Pseudo. Pseudo is engaging in chemical warfare. Well, if you're already smoking it, you wouldn't want to add smoke. I mean, if you want to avoid using the smoker, then that's where liquid smoke comes in, yeah. But like, what is liquid smoke? Did they just like take all the carbon from smoking and throw it into alcohol? Probably all it is. So if I enjoy the taste, because the human body evolved for the foods that it eats, right? My brain is wired to like certain foods that are nutritious. So sugar is something that cold smoke is, yeah, when you have a coal and then you have your wood, and the wood is producing smoke, but then you feed it into your smoker without your smoker being an oven. So it's literally just, you can take cream cheese and you can cold smoke it, and it's smoked cream cheese. But then you want to wrap it afterwards and put it in the fridge for a while so that the flavor can actually get into the thing. Typically with smoking, you are heating all this stuff, and then it's an oven. You're basically slow cooking as well as exposing it to smoke. Yeah, collecting. But like, okay, so the human brain is wired to like certain foods. Nutritious foods are more delicious. Smoked food, God knows why we like that. Just for flavor complexity, I suppose. We like variety of food. We like things to have a certain crunch and then be soft. And so, what was I comparing this to? Like, we started putting food over the fire to cook it and make it more densely nutritious, because the sugars break down into simpler sugars when you do that, right? The complex sugars break down into simple sugars when you cook something. So why am I searing the outside? Am I searing the outside because my brain is wired to like things like fruit, where you have a skin on the outside and then on the inside is nice and soft and sugary? Or have we programmed ourselves to like that over the past umpteen number of years? Why do we desire that? That's not something that's needed. Smoked food implies it was cooked well, probably evolution. Yeah, that might. So how much do we influence that? I wish I could spin the model around and look at all this stuff while I'm doing this. When you said crunchy and soft, I immediately thought of soft pretzels. We've got our own style of soft pretzels here in Philadelphia. You got to get up early to get a bunch of them. Pretzels are so dense in carbohydrate, though, I kind of try to avoid them. They're very dense. Burn off the exterior food bacteria, and those that liked it the most lived the longest. Yeah, I suppose. It's a weird one, though. I don't know why I thought that was so poignant when it was because I was walking the dog and I had one stray thought. My brain cell hit the corner and the DVD logo changed color. The textural difference, along with for beef like meats, sealing up the outside to prevent bacteria from getting inside, while chicken and similar meats are a sponge. Yeah. Beef is like cheese. Cut off the outer hinge. Beef is like cheese. We are not stoned enough for most of these thoughts. Made some from scratch. I used what? Beer instead of water. Very simple recipe with great results. Huh. I've always wanted to figure out the Amoroso roll because they use some kind of a steaming process in order to cook that bread. And that gives it this cardboardy outer crust and the super soft interior that is perfect for a cheesesteak. That is the key to a good cheesesteak, is the Amoroso roll. Anyone can take shaved beef and fry it on a skillet and make it perfectly moist and delicious, but it's getting the bread right that really drives home. Ding! Fries are done. Wow, that looks a lot better than I thought it would look. Wow, that kind of drove it home pretty nicely. It would be cool if we could have informed fill on some of this stuff, but it doesn't really matter that much. Looks like the pedals moved between hanging them up and propping them with the broom handle. I went to Philly for the cheesesteak. Yeah, they're good. They're good. I don't have many notes. I mean, we can work with this. This looks pretty workable. That's good. How about over here? There's a little bit of a bite that was taken out of it over here, but I think overall we can work with this. Yeah, the geometries get a little bit worse when we get to the interior stuff, but we don't really need this stuff. This is what's important. This outer face is what's important, and this piece up here is what's important. That bolt hole, it's a little weird, but I think we can work with the outer edges of it. We don't need any of the inner edge. So yeah, we're ready to go to the next step. Wait for data after what? So I can't actually like delete this stuff. Oh, here we go. Oh, should have known about that before. Did you just freeze on me? I'm gonna let go of the mouse. I'm not gonna touch anything. I'm gonna try to save this as soon as I can. Even got the pedal dimples, yeah. Okay, can I save this? Control S. Okay, it seemed to think about it, so maybe it's saved. And here's where I want to use it. So I was confused. The tools were right here the whole time. Lasso select. How do I lasso select? Wait, that's just moving cam. Right mouse, pan, rotate, mouse wheel zoom. Reset the view. How do I do that? Control? Oh, control. Okay, hold down control for it. So yeah, if I go to lasso, control, go like that. Why didn't grab anything? Oh, maybe it's shaded like that because it's not part of the real thing? No. No, okay. Weird, it's not letting me select the things. I'm not too good at using this program. Maybe it's just because this is here that it doesn't let me do that. So here, can I do that and delete stuff that's not relevant? Shift? Oh, it's shift. Okay, I want shift. Bring this back. I was using control. Control didn't do it. It was shift to select and then delete. There we go. All right, so we can just clean up some of the noise and give it more of an advantage in producing the final results. Keep the broom handle, delete the broom handle. I'm going to keep the broom handle, I guess, for now. Since it's not too relevant to what we're doing. Now when you select, it selects through everything. So you got to be careful about what your views are and where they're coming from. Ugh, this is clunky. I wonder if the 3DX connection mouse would work well with this, because then I could just fly around. How does one lasso select in 3D? It's literally everything you're looking at that's inside of the lasso is what you're selecting. So everything I'm looking at inside of this lasso gets selected. That's why I'm taking all the time to move my view around to where I can see stuff hanging out over the edge. It is not a precision tool. Might lessen the burden of post-processing. I'll have to run post-processing again, though. The infinitely depth cylinder of deletion, yes. Yes, yes, yes. It's like a laser beam through the whole project. Yeah, these are weird because the pedals themselves moved in their overall position from being hung up. So there's a little bit of like weird noise around them. And then this is the surface right here, so I get rid of that. Yoink. But then we can pull it into Fusion, and in Fusion we can then design solids just basically using the top layer surface of this big broken 3D cloud of triangles. So the precision that I need is on this face right here, and on this face, the outside face of this face right here. So let's give us some post-processing. It's going to take another calendar year. Yeah, that scanned pretty well. This thing was large enough that it gave us a pretty nice scan, and it wasn't shiny or decorative. We tried to do this with a steering wheel so that I could design like an airbag cover. At some point, I do want to do an airbag cover, and I'm debating whether or not it's going to have like a screen on it or anything, because the CAN bus I'm not taking all the way directly to the front of the steering wheel. CAN bus will be everywhere else. I may use that monochrome green monitor that I have and have like a little display that tells me what's going on the CAN bus, or I could put chat on that, which I think I'd prefer. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, so now we just get to wait for progress bars a little bit here. Just a few progress bars. I don't have room on the table here to put the pedals. That would be a good sort of example. Here's the thing we scanned and it's being processed, and here's what it looks like in real life. But no. Here, maybe I'll put them on top of this. Yeah. Okay, let's get those. Put them here. Yeah, good enough. It's gonna bend my board all weird. Man, it's gonna be cool when all this stuff gets put together, but I have to invent mounts for everything. Because nothing is easy. I think the gas pedal wants to be on something that's sort of weirdly angled as well, because it has to like fit into something. And I guess I can float it a little bit, but I do want to be able to put my feet down on the floor in order to operate the pedals. So I'm gonna have to figure out like a floor plate. Should I go get some diamond plate? That'd be very dumb. I wouldn't like diamond plate at all. I'm gonna have to find like something that I can put my feet on, where if people see the sim thing, they're not gonna try to step on the plate and put their full weight on it. Because what we had before was a little mesh panel, and that's actually, you can see it down there. Oh no, never mind. It's under the chair. Under the chair, you could see that there's a little mesh panel. I had this thing sitting in this position before I had the big frame rail, and we had some neighbors over for the holidays, and they were looking at the setup. Ooh, a lady stepped directly on it and just broke the shit out of it. So the floor plate should probably be strong enough for somebody to stand on, which is not that hard to achieve with the frame rails that I'm using. So I'll have to figure out what material it's going to be. And obviously, you know, people like Flatulent Go Down would tell me to just get an MDF board. Don't worry about it. Just get a block of wood. Just a piece of MDF that you can put over it. So I may end up doing that. It's going to look kind of cheap though. Accidentally learned to design for the user, not in mind. Yeah. Assumption number one, the user will be smart enough not to step on a mesh panel. False. Optimizing. So what this will produce is a mesh. I don't think the file will be too big. We then import the mesh into Fusion, and then we can either go off some kind of a datum, or we can figure out what the conversion is to get it to be the exact right size. So by using, I guess, one of the holes and measuring across it, we can get this to be as close to IRL dimensions as possible. The optimizing stuff sucks. This is taking a while. Yeah, the $1,000 to thousands of dollars tier of scanners is probably much better for this sort of thing, but I mean, we're fundamentally Bush League here, and so this scanner was expensive. It was like $200. It's not to be sneezed at, but I think it's just enough detail for us to kind of get dangerous with our designs. Definitely putting an eyelet in the ceiling and having the ability to put things on a piece of string would be pretty good. Probably 2 pieces of string just so it doesn't rotate. Dear God, what is taking this so long? How's everybody else doing? Discord here, see, okay, nothing's going on there. Minimize that. Yeah, Creality's stealing my RAM for their AI. Could be, could be. Where is your clutch pedal? Okay, so that's still going. Oh, that's, why are we processing that video? Pause that. Maybe that'll free up some cycles. Need all the processor cycles I could get. This computer is a bit of a struggle bus. I gave it more RAM, which is actually kind of concerning. User sent in, what was it again? I need to, sorry, I apologize. I need to keep looking up the usernames on this stuff. It was Dire Desire sent in a bunch of RAM, like right before RAM got expensive. And so I was able to upgrade the amount of RAM. I doubled the RAM on this computer. Problem is all the RAM good? I don't know. If there's some bad sectors in the RAM, because remember when I first installed it, this computer kind of glitched out and something bad had, like it found the bad sector of RAM and that made it reboot. By the way, if this far into the stream, if something goes wrong with my RAM, if stream just cuts off, I'm not going back on, but fishing line is good. Yeah, that would be good. If stream cuts out, that's it. All right. If we find that bad RAM sector, because I have a feeling this is starting to get up there in terms of my computer's memory usage. Because I've got OBS running and encoding and streaming. I've got YouTube being streamed as well. I've got the YouTube monitor pages up with a thing on it. Many tabs in Firefox. I have Fusion 360 running. I have GIMP running. I have Arduino running, which shouldn't be running. I should probably close that one. Social Stream Ninja is not that much RAM, but OBS is the big one. So this program, in the meanwhile, is using any spare cycle to try to just buy more RAM. It's not that much. I have more RAM. I just don't have more RAM slots. Oh, sorry, Pseudomaze. I missed your comment. Yeah, Amoroso rolls are a Philly thing. They're the key to the cheesesteak sandwich. That's why everybody else calls it a cheesesteak sandwich and not just a cheesesteak. But it's a key facet to the whole thing. Like I watched Future Canoe, and so there was some other YouTuber that I'm gonna make a Philly cheesesteak, and they're like, first we start with this beautiful rye bread that I love, and I'm like, what are you doing? they make this huge like they bake their own bread, and they don't do it by like steaming it a little bit. There's like some steam baking process that Amoroso uses, but they've got this like French roll that's like super hard on the outside. Yeah, he's a New Yorker. He doesn't know. Well, also he just does ingredient substitutions for comedy, so I'm not too broken up about him doing it wrong. It's just, you know, you can rate the Philly cheesesteak based on how you bake it. It's just if you get the bread wrong, it's not a good representation of the real thing. To be honest, the real thing probably wouldn't blow anybody out of the water either. If you know what steak tastes like, there you go. It's eating a steak with ketchup on it. Oh God, this is so painfully slow. Why is this processing is taking longer than the previous one, I feel like. I mean, maybe I've given it more focus, and so it can do this a little bit better. I hope. My pedals. Yeah, so currently we're generating the pedal files that we can then import into Fusion 360, and then we'll be able to create solids around the pedal scan files. It's funny that I wasn't able to find like a single 3D model of this, but I guess people aren't like modifying this kind of stuff very much. Not a very, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a very popular thing to modify, but it is cool to have the real pedals as part of my sim setup. Yeah, I'm sort of in the mind that I might be doing a wedge shape. If I could figure out the angle a little better, maybe I could machine a plate that would allow me to put one of the frame rails at that angle. I don't think Land Cruiser and BMW share pedal clusters all that much. You'll find different car companies have radically different designs for this sort of thing. The overall function of it is boiled down to the basic physics of the whole thing. So a pedal will move like a pedal, but the mechanics behind that can be very widely varied. There was a leak of one of the generations of BMW where it was all of like the engineering files. I hate the AI stuff. It's so bad. Yeah, see, you just instantly are thrown out to all of the terrible results. There's nothing, I don't think there is anything for that. That or I just don't know what I'm supposed to search to find it. Oh, here we go. Look at us. Looking pretty good. Plenty good. Plenty good. That's because this piece is on a hinge, so it hinges back and forth. I mean, for me, just like grabbing the thing and throwing a scan at it, that's pretty good. Especially with some of the definition around this stuff. Just a little bit of a wrinkle up here, but I don't think that's going to affect us much. No, don't look for that yet. Don't Google that. You wouldn't download a car. Well, that commercial was using music that was copyrighted, I thought. I guess I could have cleaned up some of this stuff. The Greevil's over here. couple little greebles over there, but I don't need it to be a super duper featureful 3D scan. I need this face, I need this face, and I need to determine what the angle between them is. So the music, stock video, and the font are all pirated for that commercial. Oh, that's great. All right, on to the next step. I think we did okay. What are next? Do not hole fill. Oh, if I set it to auto, is it going to totally ruin it? I don't know. We'll see. Here we go. We're meshing it up. Oh, it's just the font? So again, this is still not the scan. This is the post-processing point cloud. Now we're turning it into actual mesh. So now it's going to assign triangles and, you know, distances and all that stuff in order to recreate the point cloud in an enclosed mesh in most places, but there's a lot of unenclosed places. It will not mash. Mashtun. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the story on that one is. This is going a little faster. It's not quite as painful as the point cloud processing. Woo, smooth. Smooth. These are the areas that I'm most concerned with, so their smoovidity is quite high. Look at that. Beautiful. Ah! A violation. No, we don't need that to be perfect. I mean, this looks kind of sloppy, my clutch pedal mods, but it actually worked. It works amazingly well. It actually works incredibly well. And it's got the little kick over assist on it too. Yeah, it did a pretty good job with the actual grips on the pedals too. These are some high quality pedal files. Bother, I don't think you want to be saying that, Bother. Okay, so the surfaces that I need look just great. Yeah, it does a little weird filling in of some of the stuff here, but it didn't mess up any of our good scan data. Like, yeah, like in there it's bad, but we're not doing anything with that. Basically, I just need my two surfaces, and so the one is here, and the other one is here, and they look good. And it looks like I can design around that. So, all right, cool. So let's get this out of here. What do we do? Share it on social media. I could print it. Oh God, do I not need that? And then it does color mapping. Color mapping can hide a lot of the sort of imperfections of the scan, which is kind of crazy when you color map it. I don't need it to color map. I'm just going to hit export. And .ply, huh? STL or OBJ. Which one do I want? Do I want the PLY? Is that the more advanced one? That bit looks like a broom handle. Impressed with this 200 option? You gotta learn how the system works, and anything more than this is so much better. Desktop Steam Project Merc Wheel. I guess that works. Oh, I see. Yeah, I put the classes in the Merc Wheel. New folder. Date is 2026. 0115. And then this would be pedals. What did I save it as before? It won't show me. Wait a minute. It won't show me because it's an OBJ. Okay, so we'll save this as an OBJ. Pedal scan. And then we export it to a tortured folder in my computer. Now I gotta find it. Oh, there it is. Okay, so now unsupported OS. Oh my God, close that. You guys can't see that pop up. It's behind the thing. I'll make this a little smaller so you guys can see. I'm going to be getting these unsupported OS version errors quite a bit. It's just something to ignore now at this point. All right, let's free up the computer a little bit. One of the things that I would like to do is go through this and redo that program, that Arduino program, so it does emulate all the signals for the shift knob, so we can see all the different things functioning. All right, so we're done here. Okay, frees up a little bit more RAM. Everything else is kind of non-negotiable. I could close GIMP, but I think I'll leave it open. Okay, so now we need to insert. So instead of like importing it or trying to upload it to our files or anything like that, we've got an untitled project. Oh, let me make sure I'm in the right folder here. So stream projects, and then we want the Mercwheel project. Probably want to do a new folder for this, maybe to clean it up a little bit. Yeah, let's do a new folder, and this will be pedal mount. Pedal mount. I didn't want the sim setup to exist in CAD much. I'm not going to like have 10,000 files in a complete 3D model like I did with my 3D printer, but we can't avoid 3D printing some stuff. So yeah, 3.7 rev final cleanup. This one, print this dot. Okay, so I can't see the tool. We're gonna save this as pedal mount scan. What just happened? A thing happened. Dat Deets, hey, good to hear from you, Dat Deets. How you doing? Don't stop believing. Wait, what? Subscribe to the Prime for 77 months. Thank you so much. All right, so insert is the one that we want, and we want to insert a mesh. And the mesh, select for my computer, desktop. Unfortunately, because of the file server is weird with its permissions, it won't let me into the stream folder, so I had to make my own stream project, and then we are in Mercwheel, and then we are in pedals. When we open up the pedal file, it's going to take a minute. Bada bingus. So we are completely untethered. We do not have a great understanding of which way is up and down. We need to align this and get it all set up. Right now, let's see, we've got numerical inputs on where we can twist and manipulate this thing. And we can also move it to the ground, so that'll help a little bit there. That did not help at all. Let's bring it down. And I believe this thing is probably the size of a house. Going to the ortho view actually helps quite a bit in getting things. Wait, what the hell? Oh, it's not showing me the. Oh, but that's what the green line is. So get it to the green line there. And then try to get that centered like that. Go over here. Bring it up as best I can. We can always alter it later. Side view. All right, that's actually fine. Oh God, I don't even know what I'm looking at here. Everything's weird. Try top view. Yeah, here we go. Just a little bit. Just a little nudge. Just a little. Ah, I think that's off by a little bit. Let's zoom in. What is that? 4.4. 5? 4.5. 6. Oh. 4.6, that looks pretty good. Oops, I clicked OK. Oh well. So yeah, there's our mesh. We're still not quite out of the woods here yet. Broom handle. But now that it's in Fusion, we can actually go and design stuff around this. And so I can even import a 4040 rail section and put that on the back end of this, which is probably what I'll do. Yeah, have you seen this before, Baron? It's pretty cool. Being able to take this from a scan of an object that's sitting in the shop all the way into CAD program where I have actionable triangles that I can design around. I can sketch around this stuff and I can make things that are appreciably near the right dimensions of the stuff that I've messed with. Let's just do a little sanity check. This thing should be 1 inch from face to face. So I'm going to use the measure tool, and it's just going to be some random ass collision of those things. And we'll go over to this side. 25.599. Is that an inch? Isn't it like 20 something? I'm too American to know. .003. So we are in the right. Yeah, 2.54. I should know that. As an engineer, I should know that. What's that saying? An engineer has forgotten more math than you've ever seen. I'm in the stage of my life where I've forgotten it all. But anyway, we're close enough to 1 inch on that. So that seems like everything is scaled properly within the system. Sometimes when you import like a mesh from another program, it'll be the size of a house. And you just have to kind of deal with it. I hate having to use inches when dealing with hardware. Okay, so the hashtag AutoCAD ad. Boy, it's so easy using AutoCAD. Boy, it's, wow, so amazing, this program that you should buy. They've told me they don't want me to say anything specific about the program. They just want me to use it. That's all I have to do the ad. I could hate it. I could literally sit here and say, I hate AutoCAD. And they don't care. They will give me the copy for free because I do the hashtag AutoCAD ad. So I'm just joking around. But Fusion, in Fusion, you can put a variety of stuff in those measurement fields. So if you're doing a length of something and it's the length of something else plus 5, you can just put length of something else plus 5 and it'll calculate that, and those will be your dimensions. As long as you're explicit, you can tell it that this is 30 millimeters plus 2 inches, and it'll do that. And when you go to measure it, it'll give you either inches or millimeters, depending on what your program settings are. But I love that. That text box, I can putting the AD in AutoCAD, putting the AD in ADH CAD D with the H. Okay. But you can put like an equation in there. You could also do driven dimensions that have variables. That's a little bit more complicated to do, but if you put that equation in there, the next time you try to change that dimension and you click on the little box, it'll show you the equation. Sometimes it'll truncate it a little bit weird, but that's one of the features that I really like about AutoCAD is if you are an American like I am and you find yourself straddling between inches and centimeters because all of your inches are based on centimeter measurements and you want to work in metric, but sometimes you just can't, you don't need to go through the confusion of conversion every time because it'll do within, whatever level of precision you've set the CAD program to do for that particular task. It will use your inches and convert them over to millimeters for its own internal thing. That's too many windows. My glucose level is normal. I feel hyperglycemic. That's very strange. So I've gotten this as close as I can fathom to being flat. I could probably do a correction on the angle using some datum points because we have a couple like up and down facing surfaces that I could maybe assume would be straight up and down, but I don't know how crazy I have to be about that. I would love to be able to have a beam out to the top there, but okay, so that seems to be like a pretty good neutral position. With the top of this face horizontal. Why did they decide to put the master cylinder like this though? That's the part I can't really reconcile. Came out really good. It came out good for what we needed it to be. Yeah, we were able to go back and scan it twice using geometry. it was able to figure out what all of its, you know, positioning points were. And it produced, I mean, it's pretty heavy on the triangles in places, but it is enough detail that we can kind of build around it perfectly. That's why I say 3D scanners are like a cheat code for modern automotive work. Like if you're making a mutant of some kind in like car stuff, get a 3D, do yourself a favor, get a 3D scanner. Hyperglycemic, it depends on personal symptoms. If you're constantly insatiably thirsty, you get dark circles under your eyes. You kind of feel like sleepy and baggy eyes, dry throat, which is what I'm experiencing. That's why I went back for the seltzer again. You get kind of cranky. You have experienced hyperglycemia. You have experienced it in your life. After eating a big meal, all the Thanksgiving dinner symptoms, the way you feel after eating a Thanksgiving dinner, that's hyperglycemia. So it's too much sugar in the blood, and your body needs time for insulin to tell the mechanisms in your body to store all of the excess sugars. And it does that with insulin. Anyway, so I guess I'm gonna pull in a 4040 rail. Do I have any? I might already have some in here. I just need to take a look at my files. Let's see. Stream projects. Huge nose. Work desk has a bunch of 10 or 2020 rail. That's 2040. Okay, so I just need to find a 4080 rail. So let's go back to our folder here. And then I need to bring in some 4080 rails. So let's, that's an easy one to find. I prefer using GrabCAD for this stuff. I know there's other places where you can get all these 3D models, but GrabCAD is like one of the better places to go. Because there's basically, GrabCAD was bought by this additive manufacturing company. And so the front end of GrabCAD is for the manufacturing company. But what GrabCAD did, or what GrabCAD originally had, can be found under Community Library. And so this is an extensive, huge database of CAD drawings that people share. And so I'm just going to look up 4080 rail. I'm going to get 10,000 results. No, not as much as I thought. 40 millimeter. Nope. 4040. 4040. Really? Huh. This is going to have 10,000 results. Interesting. It's all like add-ons to other people's stuff. 20 by 40 linear. 3030. 3030 is probably what I should have used, but it looked like it was more rare. Looked like it was harder to find. I've not had good luck with GrabCAD lately. I haven't used GrabCAD lately. This looks like you slimed your corner. What is that all about? Why is the corner all slimed up? Did they use generative design on this? That's weird. Why would you do this? Ah. I mean, like, what's like a better repository of 3D models? I've had great success with GrabCAD over the years. There's a couple that people were finding stuff on. 3030, more 3030, huh? Yeah, we're looking for 4040. I guess some of the other sim setups do use 3030. It just seemed like it was more rare. There were fewer parts available for it, but it would have been a better fit because it's a lot lighter. 4080 extrusion. Ah, okay. $49.89. Farty. I got a Philadelphia accent. You're gonna have to deal with it. That was very loud. Ba 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 ba. 80 20 40 40 80. What? I guess that's right. 6 degree of freedom motion platform. Wait a minute. We're getting distracted. What the heck? That thing looks crazy. You just like that fart, don't you? All right, let's just grab this one because it's only the one. That's huge. Obviously, I could take the drawing into Fusion and I would be able to trace it and create all the rail that my heart desires, but we don't really need to go that far. I just need the one piece. Code fart 7. They know them by number. I didn't mean to train them like this. All right, yeah, we'll give this one. Wait, 30. Huh. All right, so let's download files. And for that, I need to log in. So I'm going to bring this over to the other screen where you guys can't see it. Invalid. gtmail.com. Preparing your files for download. No, you're not. Oh, we've got it. Okay. I hate how Windows assumed that you would want to put all your 3D files in their specific folder. Like, here's the 3D objects folder. It's like, please don't do that. All right, so V slot, 3060 beam, it would be S. Oh, look at that, S8 4040. Which one is it? Okay, so we got to figure out which file we're. S8 4080 is what we want. And I guess we'll just upload this one. Instead of inserting, I'm going to upload this because I might want to use it in other projects. So S8 4080 drawing, or we'll do the solid part. Oh, you have to drag and drop it here. Not over here, right here. Okay. Upload. This takes a minute. I don't know why this takes so long, but it just takes a minute. It's like a 146 kilobyte file. Why does this take so long? I guess it has a lot of stuff to do. Sweet pea, yeah, that was the mellitus, diabetes mellitus or something. The specific part, his doctor would go back and he would... Your piss tastes kind of sweet. You have diabetes. You have months to live. It's like, oh, okay. All right, so 4040, drag it in here. Bada bing. 4040. I thought I got 40. Cancel. Control Z. Get out of here. Upload. Am I blind? Oh, the one below, right there. That's the one I wanted. Ah, I went the wrong direction. It's fine. It's fine. Upload, upload, upload. In your own time, whenever you're ready. There you go. Okay, 4080. Bam. Bam. Okay, so there's one 4080 rail. And I could position this probably to be even on this thing. Although most of the force on the master cylinder, there will be a little bit of sideways force on that, but if I get this to be relatively close, I'll probably do pretty well. It would be kind of nice if I could move it forward a little bit and have it mount to the other side of this face, but then it'll get in the way of the motion of the pedals, so. That's pretty good. I don't mind that. Probably want to give it a little bit more space just for material. I'll put it like there. I kind of want to be allergic to measurement on this project. I think maybe we can have 2 bolt holes coming in from the front here that I can get to with the wrenches like that. And then these 2 will need to have their own way to bolt up. And then maybe if I just fill this whole thing with PETG, that'll be enough to support everybody. And then the first time somebody sits on this thing, it'll blow up into a big cloud of plastic. But let me do this move copy on this object. Let's get this out of the way. And we'll move copy. And we will select components, this thing. The following components may be rigidly assembled to the default component. Why did you do that? Why would you do this? Unanchor this crap. Unground from parent. There we go. All right, move copy. It like Fusion just decides randomly that your component will never move. I don't know why it does that. Anyway, I'm going to be making a copy. So create a copy, and then we're going to rotate it 90 degrees. And then I'm going to put it relatively in position for this top piece here to make sure that we're in good alignment. Just to be nice, just so it doesn't look like it's colliding, I'm going to do it like that. And that kind of looks okay. You can do it. There you go. Sometimes things get a little laggy. So I could make a second piece that would mount to this top piece and go to a, oh yeah, that's facing down a little bit, huh? All right, so now we gotta move this and we gotta tilt it ever so gingerly backwards a little bit. So it would be the mesh. Is that technically, oh, it thinks it's a body. All right, let's get a flat view on that. There we go. That's what I want. You know, it would be nice if there were a couple more tools that would allow you to align things to the principal axes. Actually, 2 degrees is a pretty good fit. Does that look all right? Might be off by a little. Although I don't know how much I can trust this because this is like 2 different heights. This should be an orthographic view. Perspective with ortho faces, yeah. This is orthographic view, which means the size of objects are all the same regardless of the distance. Why is, what's happening here? Okay, there, we're back. Feels like it's still off. It feels like it's tilted back a little bit. I guess that might be pretty accurate. I'm wondering if this whole assembly is supposed to be facing upwards just a little bit. But then the pedals would be in kind of an awkward spot. They would be facing too far up. Before, when I had them on the setup, when I unmounted them, they were bolted based on the master cylinder, and I think the master cylinder might be at an angle. Not totally certain about that one, though. Let's see, BMW. Maybe there's like a diagram. Yeah, that's not necessarily where it sits in the car. You know, they got all these comprehensive 3D models of everything, and why can't they share your models? Right to repair. Willow's barking at the door. Woo woo, woo woo woo. That's not her feverish barking when she sees a friend at the door. Hey, BMW F10 pedals. Just go for like a basic search. That doesn't really help me all that much. Yeah, see, it's kind of facing the direction that it is right now. Oh God, it's all these cheesy pedal covers. Ugh. Oh, these are nasty looking. Oh, maybe I don't have an F10. Maybe it's E90 that I have. What is that crap? 520D. It's all plastic in the newer models? Wow. That's new. Yeah, I think we must have a different generation here. This must be like E90. Let's try E90 on there and see what it looks like. I was under the assumption that I was in an F10. These are the E90 and F10 and all the E46 stuff that I mentioned. That's the generation of BMWs. So I'm pointing towards different products. So E90 looks exactly like what we have. So we are an E90 pedal cluster with an F10 shifter and an F10 seat and an E46 shifter over there that I have. Yeah. So BMW E90 pedal dimensions. The pedal diagram, maybe. Pedal files. No, don't search that. I really kind of just want to see how that cluster mounts to see if things are at like a weird angle. Pedal cluster, maybe. I have a friend who snapped no less than 2 Subaru brake pedals because they were plastic. I don't know what kind of forces this guy was putting into his brakes, but he snapped 2 of them. While busy, this is actually close to what I received in the mail. I had a cylinder on it too. Undo the bolts. Assembly is the reverse of disassembly. The problem is this isn't giving me good orientation on the angle. I mean, we can look at this. Yeah, so everybody's sticking up at just about the same angle, but it kind of protrudes up and out. He needs an adamantium pedal. He could use some metal ones. I'm sure he'd be good. Just driving. It wasn't in an accident. Yeah, he didn't have any help with the physics of it. Literally sitting in the driveway of my friend's house. He broke his... we did a bunch of car work with everybody there, and at the end of the day, sun was down already, and we were packed up and ready to go. And on his way out of my friend's driveway, it snapped again. So we had to call people and, yeah, push the car back in. Yeah, so I mean, does that angle translate into the angle that I've got it sitting at right now? Pretty much. It's hard to believe that it would be a flat angle, but I mean, that looks just about right. The broom handle isn't there. That's a problem. I've broken brake lines twice while in a driveway. Just lines? That's got to feel terrible because then the pedal just falls down to the floor. So I guess this is going to be the position. Now, how I mount it up to everything is going to be the challenge here. It's going to be probably printing a lot of PETG, but I don't know about... Like, I guess I'm going to want all of my mounts if I'm going to be mounting this to plastic, you know? Because this will just be this big piece of plastic right here. I don't know if I like that, but I don't know if I don't really have a choice. I don't really have a choice. Rusted brake lines. Oh, that makes more sense, yeah. One thing that I've done in many of the cars that I've owned is replace the brake lines with non crap rubber ones so that they don't expand. Yeah, the clutch pedal is indeed plastic in this, and it's got its own plastic master cylinder. The master cylinder for the clutch is plastic. I've got it sitting somewhere around here. Plus, there's also a magnet sensor on that little plastic clutch that'll tell it when, well, it'll tell it when you're pressing down the clutch, so it can prevent you from starting the car. Yeah, but not those aeronautical ones. The aeronautical ones are tough to work with unless you have all the tools. The regular old cheapo steel braided brake cables, you can find all over the place. They're easy to buy. Like, I want it close, but I don't want the metal to poke through. I want it to be close just so that the distance is kind of a problem, and I'm not sure if I can adjust the seat away from it or not. Yeah, making it out of metal would be nice, but I'm not made out of money. Printed out of lost wax filament and then cast in aluminum. Everybody's already said that, and I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to wield those kinds of temperatures successfully. That's not something that's in the cards for oh bother. So yeah, the prevailing forces are going to be trying to twist this whole thing. So like having an upper beam that I could bolt it to would be nice. I'm not sure if I'll really achieve that in this system for now. I don't know what the rest of my setup is going to look like yet. So having a beam go up and over might be a bit of a challenge. Doing just a mount that will get me onto this beam right here with PETG might be okay considering the amounts of forces that I put into the pedals, but when I was operating these pedals for my summer car in my previous setup, I put in enough force to bend a little bar of aluminum. So filling the inside of that piece with PETG might be okay, but I might also crush it down. I got to consider what I'm doing here. It's going to be a little bit of design. We're going to do a bunch of hashtag AutoCAD ads, I believe. But what I want to do is first, I guess we'll just design out the part from here, and then we can just see if it blows up, right? Yeah, it's okay. We're just spitballing. Yeah, you're very correct. We're in a sort of idea gathering phase. The important datum here is these two big holes right there. I just need to make big ol' M8 holes in that. And then I need to have a couple M8 holes in the back there so that I can put the proper rail mounting hardware on. The clutch pedal is going to try to twist this entire setup, so I don't know if I want to maybe centralize things a little bit more, but if it's a big block of PETG that fills the corner, it should be okay. I don't know about fills the corner. I'm not going to do fills the corner. Welcome to Fills the Corner, where we discuss topics relevant to... Let's put a plane on this thing so we can actually start designing something. Construct. Plane at an angle. Plane through 3 points, maybe. But if I choose the points wrong, it can go all over the place. I'll leave a cavity in your shaft, fucker. What? Could you leave a cavity in the shaft and then pause the print and insert a metal rod? I could do that. I could get a metal spacer and I could use a soldering iron to push it in. We've done that with threaded inserts before. It works really, really well. Do I have a metal spacer? No. Could I find one? Yes. Could I machine one? Actually, yes. We have some leftover stuff from the shifter, so I think I have aluminium rod. Sorry, I don't say titanium, so I don't say aluminium. Instead of yelling out answers to Jeopardy, we're yelling there's ideas to Bob. It's more, well, if you frame it as a question. No, I've got some rod stock that hold on, let me just see what rod stock I have. I think I have an aluminum rod. I don't say titanium, so I say aluminum. I think I have aluminum rod. Let me just go look. It's on the other side of the shop by the door. There's a couple pieces in there, but those aren't the right thing. But yeah, the load cell could press against that, and then that would allow it to press against the metal beam, which then would not distort like everything else did. So there's a very good reason that I have a microphone on a cable and I don't use a wireless microphone. And so that, simply put, is because well, my mic. That was annoying. I use a microphone on a cable. My lapel mic has a cable on it. Why would you do that, bother? You could just hook yourself up to a wireless lavalier microphone. Simply put, the reason I use a lavalier microphone on a wire is because this wire is smaller than the distance. It's shorter than the distance from where this plugs in to the bathroom. So if I try to go to the bathroom with you guys, the mic cuts off. That's the reason I use a wired mic. Also because RF, there might be a chance for interference, maybe. This looks like it would bend. This is a thinner piece of aluminum tubing. And again, I say aluminum because I don't say titanium. I say aluminum. Titanium. No? Titanium. Nope. Don't add extra syllables. This is much thicker. This is the stuff that went into the shifter. I think this would actually be a really good piece to use. And then I could just insert that. Well, the lav mic also filters out a lot of external noise that could potentially get in, but also it allows me freedom of movement. All right, let's see here. Yeah. So like on the back of the load cell's here. It fits into my little terrible brake adapter. This makes it feel like you've got really bad brakes. And then this is, oh, that's perfect size. This could go here, and then that would push up against that, as long as I got it to be just the right length. So that's a thought, is that I could put a piece of aluminum on there. There's no threads to go into it though. That's maybe the limiting principle there. Yeah, because before it was just a washer onto this thing. Yeah, I would still be pressing against aluminum, but this would be aluminum against aluminum. Yeah, I said aluminum too many times and Twitch decided to pull the plug. All right, so we'll plan on an outer diameter of that thing. Oh no, my big plastic board got a big crease in it from this. You know, can only do so much. Let's put this back. Whoa, jeez. Big objects in my small shop where I work on things that are supposed to be small. Not big. These have, yeah, these have the same ID, so this would not screw into that, no. It would be nice if that would screw into whatever it goes on to, but I feel like I need metal in that part of the application because I have gigantic fat person leg muscles, and they will push on this thing very, very hard indeed. But then that'll make a little pokey thing that tries to push diagonally on this beam. Well, you know what? We should full send this, and if it rips out, it rips out. If it blows up, then that'll be funny, and it'll be a pretty big object as it is. So, and especially PETG, it's going to be a pretty solid object. So maybe we'll just do that and see what it does. I'm going to unplug the 3D scanner just so it's not creating heat in this room and so that it's not using up resources on my computer. I only got so many resources and we're doing kind of like hardcore stuff here. Now, if I do a 3-point plane, there's potential that it wouldn't quite line up with this plate because this mesh is not as solid as you think it is. It's quite a bit of little tiny pieces that are sort of all over. It's got like a texture to it, right? I mean, I guess I could just try to get lucky with the points and see if that works out. Yeah, let's try that. All right, so get these objects out of the way. And then we're going to do construct. And then we're going to do plane through 3 points. And point 1. Is it going to allow me to... Oh, I need to find vertices? I don't think this has vertices. Unless we were in mesh mode. All right, so cancel that. So if I convert this to like a mesh and I use the mesh tools on it, I could probably select vertices in that case. But I want to keep my timeline and stuff, so I'm going to try to do something else. I don't know what, though. 2 edges, 3 points, path, axes, point at vertex, point along. Okay. I mean, I could just try to put a plane down. I don't know how I'd adjust where the plane is. Okay, so create plane. Is that where I do that? Boundary fill, thicken, base feature, PCB. No. Voronoi sketch generator. So can I edit plane? So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to establish a plane that is at the angle of this piece of the 3D scan, and then I can build something off of that. I can sketch on the plane, and then I can build it off of that. If I create a sketch, I wonder if I can build it. No, it wants me to build it on the principal planes. I mean, if I do that, then I trace it and I extrude outward. That's not going to really make much sense. I was thinking that I would be able to extrude something diagonally upwards and then maybe just cut it off when it hits the beam, and then I can make the holes from the beam out. So I need something that's at this angle. Can I measure the angle and maybe reproduce it on something? Here, here. I feel like the Germans, when they were designing this car, probably were not thinking of things in terms of the weird angles that we're going to get as a result here. There is no face to duplicate. It's just a big mesh. And so I'm not in the mesh tools right now. So if I went to the mesh tools and I went to the mesh edit mode, to direct edit mode rather, that means that I can now mess with the actual triangles of the model. It's possible that I could construct a plane through 3 points. Now, can I select? No, I can't. Okay. I was hoping that I could select vertices. Oh, here we go. It sees the whole thing as a back face. Actually, if they're all in this area, they'd still be on the same plane. So I can do doot and doot. And there's our plane. That might work. Okay, let's try that. So now that I've got that, I can finish direct editing. And now I've got this plane here that presumably mimics the angle of this piece. In order to be German, it needs more over-engineered parts, perhaps. Ship it over to Blender. That's what I do when I need to edit individual vertices, because the Fusion 360 tools, while they're getting better, they're not quite where Blender is in terms of being able to just go in there and like move a dot, move a vertice around. So that's what I did with the RC car project in order to make sort of a low poly mesh body on both sides. Yeah. Oh, that's why you said it. Okay. Well, no, we did okay. We got our plane here. So now I can create a sketch on that plane. Go back to solid, create a sketch. I can select this plane and bada bingus. There we go. There is our data represented in all this stuff. So now I can actually trace around this thing and create whatever body it is that's going to mate this thing to the thing behind it. There are a lot of weird shapes in this, and while I would love to reverse engineer it, I'm going to try to avoid that. I think I'm just going to like trace around it and just make something that's sort of close to the shape. Oh boy, this is a lot, isn't it? This is a lot. I can just make it a giant square, but I don't think I'm going to do that. No. And the center of this circle would be the center of the all the brake pressure that I'm putting into this thing. I can't see it. I should have a little bit of wiggle room on this though, just a little. Although I can't see where I'm putting it. I can't see anything because it's a bright. This is the Fusion 360 dark mode, which is probably still a little bit experimental. I don't have any like solid areas to like lock down my stuff too. This just looks like we're working on something anatomically weird. It has its strangeness, yes. Seems like we 3D scanned something's guts. We're using those guts profiles because of all the broken stuff. All right, let's try to get these. So are these 10 mil? I believe they are. Let me double check. Let me take an actual measurement of the hole. Measure my hole. Okay, let's see. Let's get a ruler over here. The beauties of Fusion 360. Yeah, near enough makes no difference, 10 millimeters. And the separation between them is... from there to there. Oh, it's weird. It's a weird number. It's 103 millimeters. 103 millimeters? Huh. So let's see. We drop our 10 millimeter hole and we get it as close as we can to center on that, because presumably we're looking down the exact plane of the whole thing. I'm going to take another one, place it up here, make it 10. Might be a little more than 10, to be honest. Like 10.2 or something. Because the bolts that I put through it, I think were 8. Just for posterity, from here to here. 102.441. This one seems to need to move down a little bit. Oh no, that's actually in a decent spot. This one, whoa, I don't even know. It goes this way a little. So yeah, all the distances are just about the same. So this should be pretty cool, actually. A cochlear mesh of the human ear. Yeah. This thing down here. I guess what I'm going to try to do is build up from this plate over here, and then these two 10 millimeter holes I'm going to make fit the gigantic bolts that I want to use. Where did that go? I had one of the gigantic bolts out here. Yeah, here it is. These guys. These guys, which are... M8, I believe. M8? Maybe? Oh, we might. Oh, we might. Yeah, these are M8. So I'm going to make it like 7.8 millimeter, and that way it will be the frictioniest of fits for that kind of thing. So I'm going to actually make a 7.8 millimeter. Why does that look so far off? Why is... Wait, what? Did that move? It won't select anything but the thing behind it. I hate it when Fusion does that. Is it because... Oh, it's because we're not orthographic to this view. Viewing through this thing, I'm not seeing the top. And the sketch is all the way down there, so it's hard for me to center it properly. Or we're not orthographic, so it's going to actually, like... Yeah, the whole changes a little bit. Well, near enough makes no difference is what we're hoping for here. I'm trying not to be too engineery because I catch flack from my friends, my streaming friends, for being too engineery when I do these things. I go too hard into the numbers. So that one's 7.8. This is going to be a weird object. So do I want to trace around the entire outside of this thing? Probably. More Excel sheets. I love sheets. I know. You style yourself as an engineer, and yet... How do they do all those weird shapes on the thingy-wingy? You know what? We can just... I'm just going to use lines in this case. 3-point arc, because I can go from a little bit of a personally measured offset, and then just go up here, go a little bit of an offset, and then just give it that arc. There we go, just like that. It's hard to see what I'm doing right now. Break out the Mathematica. Oh God, so many equations. Yeah, if I just describe this with arcs and lines, I think we'll be okay. There's basically a line here, so let's just create a line. And I'll go from offset down to here. Get it as close as I feel necessary. And this can get plenty of wiggle room because it's really going to be held there by these bolts' friction. So, use lines and squares. You're just using me. And my lines and also my squares. Oops, arc, 3 points, here to here. Just give it a little arc. What do you just don't snap, don't snap. I'll be able to see this stuff later. I can't see it right now because it's like arc, 3-point. The color scheme is really working against me here. I'll have to like smooth these out a little later on. I think that's one arc. That looks like one arc. Could do better than that, but that's okay. The math is going down the toilet. We don't need the math. It's fine. What is this? They just got this little bump out right here. Ugh. Somebody was using Bezier curves and they decided not to tell anyone else. Where's the end? There it is. I'm sure it would be fascinating right now if you could actually see what I was doing. Doesn't look like it. Hold on. Wait, why are there two meshes? Oh, because I made one is in the mesh editor. I see. That one's easier to see. I was like doubling up on the lines. The line tool can be very annoying. It can put little line segments into your lines if you're not careful. The extra throat of your circle. Ugh. There to a little bit past. The offset has gotten larger as I've gone around the circle. I meant it to be a little tighter than it is. But like when I extrude this, it'll be extremely ugly, and then I can just use some of the tools to clean it up again. Nope. Arc. From, oh, here to here. Actually, I'm going to move this one out a little bit. And then arc, 3 points, you, to you, bring it out. There we go. That should have done pretty good. Is there a highlightable inside space? Yes, there is. It looks more and more like an automotive part as we go. We can see that it doesn't do a great job of outlining it over here. Here we can expand it out a little bit. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, now I can't see it. Right about there-ish. Well, that bumps it out over there. There's a certain point in which these two mesh together. I guess I don't really want them to because they're supposed to match to this. Looks like that cursed Thomas the Train Engine face. Yeah, that's way too far out. Where's the point on that one? Oh, it's inside. Is that this one here? Nope, Control Z. Where's U's arc? This arc meets where? One of these. Nope. You and you. It's assigned some like tangent curves too to some of these. We'll just redo it. Yeah, because that's just too close. So is that just right there? It's a little better. Let's take that to there on just a nice little sweeping curve from here to here by way of being just a little bit outside of this. See, it wants to snap to that one so that all the curves are smooth. I want to give it a little bit more room though, so there's that. Okay. Let's see. So what that creates is those areas. Let's create the area that's around this entire thing. So I need to drop some more lines down before we actually can start extruding stuff. He's cooking. I'm getting there. Sometimes cooking occurs. I've not really pushed the sort of mesh mapping to see how close things really are to what's actually there. I have done it with the nose bridge of some glasses that I safety glasses that I cooked up, and that was pretty good. That was like a pretty good match. It fit my face nicely afterwards. But again, that's biological stuff, and biological stuff is messy, as is the case with all things biological. So, you know, you can fudge a lot of stuff. Now this I think is perfectly fudgeable. We've got, you know, quite an ability to fudge this and get close enough and have it be perfect for our application. So we'll see how that goes. Arcing it up all the way to here. We'll give that just a little bit, just to be nice. Because yeah, this stuff doesn't have to be super duper accurate to what's actually there. Dun, 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 dun. Create arc 3-point, boom, to probably like, well, actually, we just want to kind of sweep this area. So maybe I can just go to here. No. Control your arcs. There you go. And then, I don't know, just kind of like bust a line over here. I can maybe soften that up later, add like a curve to it some other time. Go up to here. Go across here. That one I might want to be a little longer. Take it up like that. There we go. Yeah, yeah. Just because all this stuff is going to get pushed by my foot, right? The plate in the real world is going to be PETG because that's what I can 3D print. The original brake assembly is aluminum. I'm going to try to do it in plastic. PETG is like extremely strong, especially if it's an object as large as this. So maybe I'll get away with it. I don't know. No, I'm not going to meal. I am not going to make a meal out of a steel plate. I would, you know, I could make it out of aluminum, but no, it's not going to do that. What is the point? And then I guess we'll just top it off with a line. Donk, donk. Good enough. Good enough for me to poop on. All right, finished sketch. All right, so Fusion 360, the whole AutoCAD environment is all about defining stuff, defining the lines and sketches, and then extruding from there. So the extrusion here is going to get to the back of this piece before I add more to the extrusion. I don't know what I'm going to do about the inner piece here. I think maybe what I'll do is I'll put a hole in the center for this bar that will then hold on to the where the threaded part of the load cell goes. Yeah, not like, I mean, PETG is like soda bottle plastic. It's the stuff that's in like your 2-liter bottle. I'll have to invent what I do in the center later. Yeah, because getting that one. So yeah, if I were to make an object of this, I'd hit E for extrude, and then I just select the geometry, and then the distance, I'm just going to kind of eyeball it because that's what we've been doing this whole project. I'm trying to be more like Flatulent Gonad, who's, again, a friend of mine, fellow streamer. You guys should check out his stream. He does a lot of My Summer Car, but he's always adamant about just winging it. And so that's kind of what I'm doing here. That's what he does, and I'll try to be more like him instead of getting stuck in the weeds with all the engineering numbers. So that's how that's going to fit, at least for that portion of it. It's looking pretty good. Probably want to give it a little bit of clearance because it looks like it's kind of cutting it close there, although, well, maybe I don't, because if there's a little bit of a gap here, it's not that big of a deal. I just want everything to kind of meet properly. Don't breathe the fumes, even if you really want to. From what? PETG doesn't make any fumes. It's the material of the future. Extrude this, and then I need more. No, we're going to have to choose it based on the sketch. So I'm going to unview everything to get it out of my way, and then we're going to extrude you and you. We could do this centerpiece, probably, yeah, the whole thing. I'm just going to bring it out a little bit because we'll cut it using the a plane on the beam, and that'll give it a flat face. What if the fumes want you to? I don't know, man. I don't listen to no fumes. I don't want this to screw into the base piece. I would rather have it, but if it's up against just plastic, I'm gonna need to make the hole for this thing. So let's go back to edit the sketch. Fusion 360 works on a timeline. If you've noticed, everything that I've done has existed down here on the timeline. So you want to follow your timeline. When I double click on this, it'll reverse us to before I even extruded that solid. So now I can actually make the hole for this little piece of aluminum that I'll be putting in the hole in order to bolster this whole system against the amount of force that a human foot can put into something like this. Do you think this thin stuff is going to be good enough? I don't think it is. I think I'm probably going to have to use the thick stuff. I'm going to have to use the thick stuff. The problem is it like just falls right in, so I'll have to put a washer on there, and then if anything moves, it'll like fall out. I guess it'll be fixed up against the spring, so I guess that can work. I'll have to get a stronger washer for it. Even the washer's bent. See, before I had this bar across that big opening, and that didn't work out so good. It didn't work out so good. Oh, it's 10 millimeters, so I'll make an exactly 10 millimeter hole. I know how my printer prints, and if it's an exactly 10 millimeter hole, that's not going to be a friction fit. If I go 10.2, I will need to use a hammer to get it in there. So I'm going to go 10 millimeter, and maybe it'll just kind of press in and sort of loosely fit in. And that'll go all the way, we'll go all the way through. I don't know, because then I have to, at the end of its run, because it'll crack the body open if I do that. If I don't have it directly braced against the other end, that's not going to really work out. How else can I do that? I mean, I could put a big aluminum washer on it to spread out all the... What was the deal with the shifter getting it to communicate with the MCU? I made the whole system 5 volts. So we used an older Arduino, and we made the entire system just run off of 5 volts. And then I put the baud rate up to 500K, and it started to communicate. I forget any of the other weird stuff that we did. I think mostly it was all resolved. I needed to have the jumper to terminate CAN bus on the microcontroller, and we basically succeeded with the shifter. The thing about this shifter is that it's not solely, its whole purpose is not just to be a shifter. It is a display, and it is also something that will send commands. Now, if it happens to be in drive, it also lets you flip it over to the plus minus, and it'll communicate the plus minus. And then if you get out of drive, it'll use a motor to kick it back into the regular old scheme. But what happens is when you move this, it sends 4 commands. This one, this one, this one, and yeah, all the 4 positions of this thing are commands on the CAN bus. When the transmission shifts you into like neutral, it'll say, I'm in neutral. And then the shifter goes, okay, we're in neutral. And then it lights up neutral, right? Whatever command the transmission is sending back, this will display. So if we are in drive, it'll display drive, and then it allows you to then kick it over. It'll unlock the plus minus, so you can kick it over and do plus minus shifting. But then if the transmission says, hey, we're in neutral, it uses a motor to kick it back over to the center position, and then it displays neutral. That's all it does. So what that person's program was trying to do is if you hit park, it would put it into park, and then I suppose you have to hit unlock and shift it, and then it'll send out, hey, we're moving up. And then the transmission will go, okay, I've moved up to drive, and it would then light up drive. But we need this to act like the other piece of equipment. So I haven't done any work programming that, because all we wanted to do is get it to send CAN bus and interpret CAN bus properly. So yeah, it's basically drive-by-wire, which is acceptable for something like that on an automatic transmission. Okay, we added the 10 millimeters there. That's good. So now we're going to extrude, and we're going to put body 1 back into play in just a sec. This, right? And we're going to extrude it from the start of an object, which is the edge of body 1. And now I need to bring back in the beam. Not that one, this one. And so I'm going to take this all the way into here, so that it clips through the whole thing. Click OK. And I need one more construction plane. Or I think what I can do is, no, I probably need to, so offset plane, this object, offset is 0. And then I need to split the object. So modify, split body, body to split this thing, splitting tools, the plane. Okay. And then this object, body 2, body 1. Why does it always choose the wrong one? I'm just going to delete, cancel. I'll just unview it. Unview, no more. This is a weird thing that we've created. It's starting to look like a gasket when you make it flat. Yeah. I'm trying to do this in a very basic way so that we can create, oh, I forgot, I need to actually do the inner hole. So if I want to modify a previous step, all I need to do is go back to the extrude, double click it, and now I'm in that extrusion step, and I can highlight these extra features that I want to come through, click OK, and it just repeats the steps on the timeline. This is a weird object that we are creating here. So on this plane, I'm going to need to make a sketch, just like that. And then I need the centers of these. So I'm going to hit P for project and grab the 2 backings of the rails, click OK. And now I can create, using X, I can create a construction line from the center of the top to the center of the bottom. That gives me the center of my rails. And now I've got the circle here so that I know where the opening is for the, whatchamacallit, chewy, chocolatey, crunchy Hershey's. Yeah, it looks like one's going to be a little bit difficult to get to, but if we put them, we can pretty much put them at the 4 ends of the circle. So why don't we just make 4 holes, and I can create a circle that's kind of projected from the centerpiece here. So let me project this dot onto our sketch, because remember, we've got one sketch that's like leaning back and the other one's flat. So now what I can do is I can create a circle of holes that are all going to meet up. Let's make it 60. We'll just make it 60 millimeters. 60 millimeters meets up with that, bada bingus. And now I'm going to create 8.4 millimeter holes. I'm making them extra big. We're not going to do constructions, and it's going to be where these two meet up is an 8.4. Now, there's all kinds of tools where you can do geometry and stuff, but I'm just going to do it this way. 8.4. I'm going to use M8 bolts to hold this thing on. Okay, we've got to think about this for a while. Oh, geez. It's always nerve-wracking when it does that. Now, why are they green? Green is an untethered geometry, so I don't know what's untethered about this. What are you not connected to? I think I pretty much locked it down. It shouldn't be green. Maybe because of this one? Maybe because the original hole is not locked down on that drawing. Which means I could potentially over-constrain something, so there'd be too many rules for what stuff is connected. But anyway, these 4 holes that are in an awkward place, I can get the beam out of here. It is like, temperature-wise, it is hot down here right now. I don't know why. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We can take those and go all the way through. Now, that's still going to be annoying, so what I'm going to do is make a cap head for those. So let me measure my cap head here. Cap head on the bolt. 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm going to make a 15 because it's like 13 millimeters, but I'm going to overdo it. We're going to make it 15 for the cap heads. So let's go back to our sketch. We're still in the sketch? No, let's go back into the sketch. Sketch. Where's my sketch? There it is. Sketch 2. And we're going to add a 15 millimeter circle to these. That's a lot of millimeter. Well, it'll still fall within the hole, so. That's just so that it's flat. It's possible that I could use a metal washer on that too. Finish. Okay, so now I'm going to take extrude U, and we got to make sure to go and click all the things, because that's one of the more annoying things that can happen in CAD, is when you basically what you're trying to do is define solid inside areas that have lines around them. And so if you've got other things with lines around it, you can oftentimes not select the right stuff or have like a little tiny microscopic corner. Okay, so we're going to go from offset. I'm going to get plenty of material into this. So that's down below the minimum or the maximum amount of material. So from there, oh, that wasn't the offset. No. Well, 13.4. And then we're going to go through this. There we go. Looks like those, well, I can use all the same hardware if I do it this way. I can use a certain distance of bolt, and I'll still have 13 millimeters of material there, which might be enough, hopefully, to contain all this. 4 of these bolts into the rails, if they're tightened down far enough, are pretty strong. So, yeah, the bolts will go into a cleat that goes into the rail. There's a cleat that'll go into the rail that'll be bolted like that. And the prevailing question here, the real the head scratcher here, is whether or not the rail is stronger than my leg. Because if it's not, this is going to be interesting. Oh, and I need to do extrude. I don't know if I really want to extrude that down. I don't know. Yeah, oh, if I extrude that, it won't fit, right? Well, I guess I can leave that open, because it'll be the 2 bolts from there and then the ones from there, and then I can put the metal shaft, the little metal sleeve, all the way up to this point. But then when I press on the brake pedal, it's not going to press on the plastic, it's going to press on that little thing there. So do I not want anything there? And then I can try to devise some kind of piece of metal that'll push against. Oh man, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. This thing will not move. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it. It's probably going to move an inch behind there a little bit, but right now, because I put that flat plate right there, this thing does not flex. This can fight against my entire weight. I could hang a car off of that. It is a really awkward mount, and as much as I would love to build up something over here, it's not made out of metal, so. This is the best I can do with a quick design, which is all we're doing today. We're just doing a quick design so that I can throw it up onto that thing, and then I can see whether or not it feels right, and then I can put my weight against the brake pedal and see whether or not it blows up. So. Those bolts come with rails, or are they specific to rails? I don't know what you, they're little like nuts that you insert into the rail, and it allows you to have a screw point inside of the rail. That's what all these things use. It's, they look like this. Hold on, let me get one. Got a big bag full of these things. See these little guys? And they're basically just a little insert that has a little sprung dot on the back. Yeah, they're called T-nuts. And they just allow you to configure this stuff on the fly. It's got a big thread on there. A big old, this is just, the spring on the back is just basically to make sure that this thing sits flat. you can insert these into the rail without undoing the rail. They basically go in sideways and then they'll twist and hold up like that. Yeah, T-nuts and M8. T-nuts and mite. Oi, mite. So, okay, so we've pretty much got like the shape that I want this to be. Additional greebling, I don't think I'm going to do, because I figure that this is going to be the bed of the printer, and then this will print very awkwardly up from that. Although technically, if I really wanted to be strong on the correct plane, I should probably like print that flat and then have all the layers be horizontal on the thing, but the pedals are BMW. Yeah, it's going to be a little awkward. This is kind of awkward for a 3D print, but I think it'll be okay. Actually, you know what? I kind of want to cut this down and have this be flatter, even though technically what's happening here mechanically, when I push down on this, the whole thing wants to twist like that. Really, technically, I should put another bolt like up here. That would sort of stabilize it. It's going to basically be pushing in on these two and pulling on these two. You sat in the seat and pressed your foot against the vertical rail? Yes, I did. And it didn't move. Yep, that's how strong this stuff is. Although this is going to have to be a taller rail than what I have already. And I'll move it back a little bit. It still seems like the angle's a little too much. Even though this is like a severe amount of correction here. This is a big tilt. I don't know. Let's try this and just see what it's like. This is just the result of tooling around with some stuff. I'm going to soften up the outer edges. Just a little bit. That one, what's that one doing? Oh, I see. No, it doesn't like that. Yeah, we'll just do that. It don't gotta be perfect. It don't gotta be perfect. That one's okay. This one gets a little bit of a filleting. That's going to be just one big, dumb, stupid object, huh? Well, we'll give it a try and see what comes of it. And I can use some big M8 bolts on those two master cylinder bolts, and we'll just see if it blows up. Have you sat in the seat and pressed your foot against the vertical rail? I've jumped on the rails. I've jumped up and down on the middle of this, and it doesn't. It's super strong. Like, it's way stronger than I thought it would be. The original way that I did this with the 2020 rails is by actually having a piece of mechanical shaft that went up into this corner here of metal, and it came all the way down to a 3D printed adapter on the bottom, so that when I pressed on the pedals, it would press against that bar. What's up, Gonad? How you doing? Well, I'm playing it by the seat of my pants. I've been saying your name a lot today because I'm trying to just kind of go through it without sweating the numbers. So going through and just not sweating the numbers, we did a 3D scan of the pedals that turned out really well for what it is. We've even got a piece of broom handle on there. Look at that piece of broom handle. But anyway, I got sort of a near enough as makes no difference scan. And so I've gotten to mapping the back piece so that it fits into this little adapter here. I didn't extrude into the center piece yet. And I think what I want to do is maybe have a piece of aluminum here. The problem is that's going to try to like separate my 3D print when I push the brake pedal. I wonder if I should fill that in. I don't know. I got to consider that. Angle looks about right. Mine is flat, but the top is pretty much horizontal. That's what I was hoping the 3D scan would help sort of display, and that's the premise that I've been running off of. I kind of lined it up orthogonally here on the outside. I didn't know that the master cylinder would be at such an angle. I thought that would be like a no-no. I thought that would be a no-no, but maybe they do it to like move bubbles out or something like that. And I also compared the view here to a picture of petals. And you're like, ah, that looks about like it's the same thing, you know? So, yeah, and then it was just some simple extrusions. My only worry about this whole thing is that it's gonna, immediately explode once I put full braking force on this. But I guess I'm gonna print it and find out. I'm not gonna do the vertical span yet because I don't know what everything else is gonna look like. Run it till it breaks, yeah. Well, it's gonna be a set of two sets of bolts that are fighting each other to pull this thing into shreds, right? It's the two bolts that go up into this thing, the two M8s here and over here are going to be trying to shear off of the rest of this stuff that's being held by the 4 bolts on these 4 corners. Taking bets, yeah, I know. Well, anyway, we'll try it because it's 3D printing. It's going to cost me like $5 in material. It doesn't matter. And then what do I want to do? I want to do a draft. I mean, I could split it across. Or maybe I want to do, I don't think I need to keep this whole thing because when I press on the pedals, it's going to be trying to rotate. And so that's not going to bolster anything. That doesn't really actually help it at all. It's going to be pressing down against here versus the holding power of the bolts up top. And the holes for the bolts come down to here. So I think what I can do is just, well, I don't need to. I guess I'll just leave it the way it is. It'll be a little awkward on the 3D printer. My winter car will test it nicely. Yeah, there's some fast driving it looks like you can do in it. All right, so anyway, that object is done. So I'm just going to take the body of it, and I'm going to rename it just so that the file name is fine. This would be pedal brace V 1.2. No points in there. We'll just pedal brace V1. And all I do is I save as mesh, and I don't change any of the settings. And then I just save it to my not wheel mount project. That would be desktop temp prints. Oops, that's the wrong one. 3MF, save to this computer. Merc wheel, that's the wrong directory. I want desktop. And then temp prints here. Save. And then from there, I'm going to load it up into whatever slicer I have. I don't remember. I haven't printed something in a little while. It's called remembering what your shit is, bother. What's your problem? Yeah, lychee slicer. Super slicer. I'm using a very old super slicer. And then desktop, temp prints, and then pedal brace version 1, 3MF, bada bing. And let's put the face on the floor like that. That's going to be a nice little print. My printer is completely unprimed. I don't know what the state of it is. Oh, actually, do I want to fill in this one partially? I think I probably do. I probably want to fill this one in partially. Let's go back to Fusion and just do that. Well, okay, so as it is right now, this would be pressing down on metal. I'd need to shave the metal and get it to be just right. If I alter this around, I can make it press against plastic, which will try to extrude that plastic. Well, it's going to do that anyway. It's going to be trying to pull the 4 bolts out at a weird angle, and it'll be, metal on metal, which is bad. So yeah, let me give it like a couple millimeters of plastic. So let's see. We're going to take no, that's not how we do it. Oh wait, yeah, is that its own step? I think it is. That, and then that. How did I drill this through the whole thing? Wait a minute. I think what I need to do is take this extrusion, include this, and then we do a separate extrusion and bring that through most of it. I'm going to leave a little bit behind. I'll probably have to devise a different way to like distribute the force of that thing later. But this will do for now. All right, save the body. Then go back to Super Slicer, delete, and then pedal body brace, bada, I keep saying that. All right, you. And then send to printer. I got to do a couple things to get my printer to, what's up, Michael Manog? There's a name I've not heard for a long time. I used it and I still use it and I just haven't changed it. God, that is an awkward looking print, isn't it? Awkward looking print. Truly awkward. How long does it say it'll take? 5 hours. Oh my God. What is my infill? I think it's 18. I mean, I want it to be dense. What's our infill using right now? Yeah, that's the right thing. That's a 5 hour goddamn print. All right, well, I got my work cut out for me. Until next time. I haven't set up my command yet. Hold on, I need to set up the end of stream command. Did you see the guy that made a micro stepper setup? I am not exposed to the same media that you are. I try not to watch my brethren channels of building stuff because I'm too susceptible to ideas. Too susceptible to ideas. All right, we're going on tomorrow. Yeah, so anyway, I do have my own, not micro stepper, but like gear motor reduction 3-phase motor setup that I want to get on a CNC one day, right? Pointless for gyroid. Switch to rectangular infill. Okay, let's take a look. Rectangular infill. Solid top bottom bridge. It's been a little while since I've gone into these settings, so. Archimedes chords? Not rectilinear. Rectangular. Or is that the same thing? Grid? Yeah, maybe that's what they call it. Grid infill? Let's see how much time that saves us. Oh, well, grid is 4 hours. And that, I think, is what you're talking about. I have a feeling rectilinear is the same thing. Just your plain box infill. Yeah, that's what this, okay. So this is stronger on that axis. Neat, okay. Well, I mean, hey, I'll try it. Because I don't know if you saw the picture in the Discord, Shorty, but this is the piece that braced across the master cylinder opening. So this is, my foot was pushing into this, and it bent it like that. I'd be tempted to 100% infill for sheer strength. That's major overkill. I know the human body is very strong, and I am concentrating a lot of force onto like a little tiny point, but 100% infill would be torturous. If I do 100% infill, I might as well do like send cut send and just get it made out of metal. So we're gonna see what this is like. Yeah, I saved myself an hour. It's still a half a day print. So I'll get this started. You know, I gotta go walk the dog and do dinner. Oh God, it's almost time. I gotta go walk the dog and do dinner. And I will be back tomorrow. You guys can catch me on my Discord. That's really the only way to reach me at this point. Social media for me is just dead. And so I am always on the Discord. I'm always there. It's on my phone. My phone is in my pocket because my phone is my pancreas. My phone is my insulin pump. So I'm going to stop. I got to go take Willow for a walk, eat dinner. When I come back down here, I'm gonna slam a beer and then pass out on the floor. I mean, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start the print, and I will catch you guys tomorrow, and maybe we can bolt this thing up and see if it doesn't explode when we put it all together. Make a not streaming print faster profile. I did all that tuning that Fadanon linked to, all that comprehensive tuning guide, and it didn't have, super duper fast mode. It would be maybe, I mean, for this, I could change to a larger nozzle. That would be the best idea. That would be the best idea. I haven't done that. I don't want to touch everything's a house of cards. But going to a larger nozzle would probably be a really good idea at this. Look at the video. I will take a look at that later. I'm going to cut and paste it into a thing. If this works, I don't know. The Social Stream Blade does weird stuff with cut and paste. It like puts the whole comment in the clipboard for some reason. Oh no, that did it. My dog, my poor corgi, is being neglected right now. She's currently phoning up Hassan's dog to complain about how awful I am. Oh yeah, this has been linked to me on the Discord. It's a pretty crazy little setup. Looks kind of cool. Lot of heavy control systems in that. It's a good video. All right, catch you guys later. Thank you for joining me. I'm just gonna end. We've been hemorrhaging viewers anyway. I'll be back tomorrow. We will hopefully have a thing that we can bolt onto this thing, and it'll blow up as soon as we try to use it. I'll catch you then. Speeding it up after doing tuning works. I know you don't check Presser Advanced for every roll of filament. I don't. That's overkill and a waste of time. Yeah, we'll figure out how to speed up printing later. I kind of want to have lots of little tiny layers because all of those are additional strengthening connections, I think. I don't think printing larger, because if you get the same adhesion on your layers, wouldn't having larger... maybe that doesn't stand to reason. I don't know. We'll talk about it later, but I'm going to start this print with my default settings once I walk the dog. So I will catch you guys later. Back tomorrow, which is about 19 hours, 10 minutes, and probably no seconds. Sorry, I'm looking for my screen.